Hello, everybody. How are we doing? Welcome to Lana. How are you doing, girl?
I'm really tired today, actually, but otherwise good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Doing real good. Hang on. It's bedtime and kids and dogs and yeah, that's why I typically don't even try to go live until just a little bit later, But we're doing it. We're going for it. We have so much to cover that I figured, we needed to go a little bit early. And, you know, because I got so far behind with getting all my babies in bed, I always restart my computer before I go live. And so I don't have any of my tabs. So it'll take me a minute to get my tabs going here as well. In the meantime, I'm going to play just a moment here. Where is it? A video that I made that is a special video to me that I made. So I hope everybody's doing good. Hey, Purple. Hey, Pam. Give me just a minute. I'm going to go ahead and play this while I get my tabs reopened. I have them all saved. I just don't have them open. So here we go. Alrighty. Thank you for watching that, everybody. Hey, Lady V. Hello, Sammy. How are you doing, girl? Good to see you. So how you guys liking my new hair? It's halfway done now. I'm going to show y'all. No more bangs. Growing it out. I decided I'm not going to fight my gray hair anymore. And I'm letting my hair grow out. So I think it's looking pretty good. It's weird having my hair like in my face. I'm not used to that, having to do this all the time, but it's not bad. I'm getting used to it. I've had bangs, y'all, since like 1986, so definitely hard to get used to. Definitely hard. I don't even know. Hang on. I don't even know if you have bangs. Do you? You have one length.
Me?
Yeah.
I go back and forth, but more layers. I have like longer bangs that go down into like longer layers. My hair is pretty long.
Oh wow. Yeah, once my grays get out to like chin length, I'm gonna chop my hair off to like a kind of a bob. I'm getting older. I need to embrace it.
You're braver than I am. I've never really liked short hair on me though. So I don't know.
All right, so what we're gonna start with here, and everybody in chat, hello, thanks for being here again. So what we're gonna start with is Brandi making a comment last night on the lab. And there we go. Okay, let me go to that timestamp because I like what she said here. And it's kind of I think everybody should be listening to what she says right here. 8:51. Okay. Like I said, I had all these like in a row. And when I restarted my computer, usually it'll pull up my last timestamps, but this one didn't do it. And I was like, are you kidding me? The one day I really needed all those tabs to pop back open for me, they're not doing it. So here was Brandi's message to all creators. Sure, I got my volume up. There we go.
Dissect that interview with Stacey and I speaking. Please go back. Please. Oh my goodness.
There we go.
Please dissect that interview with Stacey and I speaking. Please go back to all of his interviews, all of the different ones. Every creator, please. I'm asking you, would you do a review of that live, the conversation between Stacey and I, and timeframes and others? Compare his words. Please, if you don't want to do that or don't care, please share Michael's picture. Share the 4 suspects pictures as well. You can share there's the flyer with the 4 suspects picture on them. The KTVB press conference with JD Huff. It's also in the Fruitland Police Department Facebook page, I believe, as well. There's also flyers in there that are printable. As soon as I get up and feeling a little bit better, I have the templates and everything to get them printed out. Locally, I will be distributing them. I will figure out outside of Idaho when I can, y'all.
And you will be.
Yeah, last night the lab went over, her confrontation of Stacey, and
right.
It was rough to watch the first time, much less the second and third. I had to watch it 2 or 3 times myself just to, get all my notes. I mean, y'all, I have so many notes, ridiculous. But I've gone through and, wrote down every time that he said this and when it changed back. And My God, I don't think he told the same story twice, did he? Ever.
Well, you've definitely watched it way more than I have. So I'll be interested to go through and see your notes and answer what questions I can, if I have any information to offer, I guess. Um, but yeah, it was definitely difficult to
Mhm.
watch the first
Yeah.
time and experience that. And a lot of people that were in chat, I know Purple was there, just riled up with her love and support of Brandi as well. And,
Mhm.
hearing him, like you said, flip flop back and forth on things and add things. Um,
And leave
and
more
yet,
things out. It's just,
yeah,
oh
it
my
leaves more
God.
questions. Yeah, more questions.
Yeah. So, yeah, and I hear he's been threatening people. He's been texting and threatening people again. I have him blocked, so he can't message me. But, he threatened me before.
He's never reached out to me, and
You're
I don't
so
think he's
lucky.
ever reached out to Brandi directly. I know he alleged that he's wanted to speak to her, but I don't think he ever has tried, as far as I know. At
Yeah,
least she's not told me.
I don't think that he would have if he wasn't on the spot, when she hopped up on that panel. So,
Mm-hmm.
let me get to my first one here. Okay. All right. So, because I do need my glasses on to see my little screen, the one right in front of me, before I pull things over, for privacy. I'm going to go ahead and turn off my camera now so I can put on my ugly grandma glasses and see better. And so that's
That's
typically
okay.
how I do that.
That's why I have my camera off also. Well, so I can also put Monkey's sweet face up there.
Yes, I love
But
that. I
so I
love
can
that.
have my my glasses on.
Yeah, I need my glasses. All right, so I hardly ever cam up anyway. Nobody cares. All right, let me turn that off. So, you and I have been talking a lot about this case, and my goodness, I know one of the things that we want to talk about is where's that last note that I just took tonight on Josh's? Hang on. It's like every time you watch one of his interviews, you see something that you hadn't heard before. It's a little bit changed here and there, you know?
Oh yeah, and I definitely didn't even watch everything on his YouTube tour version 1. I
Uh,
couldn't keep up with it then.
yeah, there's a couple of interviews that I don't have access to because they're privated, and that's the one that he did on Level Headed. Purple, do you happen to have that? Um, that's one that I missed because I think it was public when it happened, and then he changed it to private right away. And then the other one was on Hidden True Crimes husband's channel. I know his name is John, and I just cannot remember the name of his channel, but he has it on members only, so I can't see it.
Oh.
I think, the first time the tour came around, I paid for the membership so I could go in there and watch it, and I took notes, but I don't have access to any of the clips. So, all right.
Well, I can't help you there. I don't have those either.
Yeah, that's all right. Okay, now let me find. Give me just a moment. I'm going to turn on one more light here so I can see my paper better. Alrighty. And stick that back up here. All right. Now I'm officially ready. My goodness, running late throws me off. So bad. All right, let me take this down for a minute. Let me pull this up over here. I'll get the first one up. And I'm telling you, it will make you dizzy to try to go through all these interviews and find all the clips. And had my mic up. It will make you dizzy going through all of these interviews. All right, hold on. Now, many people have gone over and tried to figure out, why law enforcement became interested in Stacey and Sarah in the first place. I did a live on that. And let me see. And it was, I'll find my notes here on what me and you just talked about on the phone. I saw it in this, just, where was that note? Mm-hmm. Oh, that one. Do you remember we were talking about the 3 charges that Sarah had? And that
Yes.
she had given, or he had given a explanation over the, the description of the charges. He gave an explanation for 1 and 2. I mean, 1 and 3, but he didn't say anything on 2.
Oh.
On his interview with Hidden True Crime, I'm going to pull this up here because I had not noticed this before. Just a second. I'm going to do it in a new tab. That way I'll have all the tabs. And every link that I show, I will definitely have the links in the description for everybody. Here it is. And that timestamp is, I was like, what did he just say? I tried to go back and watch some of these today, some of these clips. That way I was, pretty familiar with what he's saying. So let me show this one. Like, does he even know what he's talking about half the time?
Aggravated assault against Tanner and attempted concealment of evidence.
Okay.
Concealment or destruction of evidence.
And the destruction of evidence at the time was related to Michael's disappearance?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So what did they tell you?
So when he said that, I was like, well, that's what we were just talking about. And I got all excited thinking, that's what it was. That's what it was. Maybe that's what piqued, law enforcement's interest. And then he kept talking.
You as her spouse at the time. Because I'm sure you had questions like, why is she being arrested? What is this about?
Yeah, they just said that she was getting arrested because she tried to hide the pistol that she held Tanner at gunpoint with.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it wasn't related to Michael at that time.
No, I said that. It wasn't.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Oh my God.
Well, no, he did say that. He clearly said that.
Mm-hmm.
So frustrating. Like, he literally said one thing and then said another within the same 10 seconds. And then acted like he didn't say it.
That's common.
With him, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
with him.
like, what are you even doing, dude?
But, it's not because he's lying. It's allegedly just because, he has to keep repeating the same thing over and over again. So he gets frustrated by having to repeat it. And that's why he slips up, not because he's lying.
Yeah. So let me get over here. Give me just a moment. Drop that down again. I have learned to not pull up my pictures and whatever unless I am ready. All right. So the one that he did here with her, this interview, was the one on January 7th. And hang on, on my other ones, I went back with my yellow highlighter and highlighted a few things. And I didn't have time to do that on this one. In this one, he says that Sarah wanted a baby and he did not. She approached Stacey about Brandon being a donor. And he was like, oh, there's no arguing with Sarah. When she wants something, she's going to get it. And then she did confront him on that. And she said, well, last night on your interview with my husband, you said it was the other way around. That you wanted the baby and she did not. And he denied it, even though he had just said it the night before. He also said in this interview that he didn't know that anything was going on between Sarah and Adrian until after he was arrested and interrogated.
Allegedly.
However, right. But then in the same interview, in this same one, he said he asked Sarah to kick him out because of their stuff that they had going on.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing with Brandon. He keeps going back and forth between whether or not he knew or was okay with what they were doing. In one interview as well, he even said that he never heard them doing anything. But in this one with Lauren, Hidden True Crime, he said he could hear them all the time. Ugh. Could you imagine?
No. I think what just keeps rising above is all of it, and even in the more recent times that he's been online, it's Sarah's house. Everything was Sarah's call.
Yeah.
So how he says, I didn't want her to be doing these fake accounts, and I didn't want her to have this person, stay with us or whatever. I think it's just a load of shit, because it was her house, not his. Her parents purchased it for her. So, she called the shots.
Yeah, I think she did. So I'm going to play here a clip where he talks about where Adrian was that night, because I think it's important to re-highlight where he's lied so many times that I just don't think we can rely on one single word that he has said. So here's this one. Oh, did I unshare my screen? Good grief, hang on.
You did, but you did it at the same time. You said you don't want to have anything up unless you're ready. So
yeah, I hit the stop screen instead of just remove. Here we go.
3 p.m. That's what I was doing. I was checking the timestamp. 3:23 p.m. is when I was at A&W.
Okay. But okay, you're around. So, and what were Brandon and Adrian? Where were Brandon and Adrian at this time? Because they were also dubbed persons of interest, or I think persons of interest by police, maybe suspects. I don't know. What were in
Adrian wasn't even home. He never came back.
Right.
He stayed in Nampa and Boise that whole night.
Do you think he could have come back without you knowing, or do you feel certain he was there?
No, I know he was gone.
Oh,
now that is literally the opposite of what he just said on Sam's.
I'm glad I was muted there, because I chuckled when he said timestamps as well, because when he was on panel with Brandi the other night, he so vulgarly dropped, it's been 3.5 fucking years. I can't remember everything in 3.5 fucking years. And yet here he is, like, I've got the timestamps for everything. I know everything because I have all the timestamps.
And then he comes back later and he says, I'm going to send you the timestamps. Now, it's only just a couple. I only have a couple, but I'm going to send you all the timestamps. Like, what are you even saying? Do you not know the difference between 2 and all?
Yeah. And then, that's it. Adrian was gone. He was in Nampa, Boise all night. And just the other night, no, Adrian was at the house. He was home alone. He was home alone part 4. Adrian all alone with no access to vehicles while we were off towing a car.
So now I'm going to switch over, and I'm just going to do remove, not unshare. I'm going to pull up Sammy's live. I did reach out. She gave me permission to review. Let's see. Here we go. She did such a great job on her interview that wasn't even supposed to be an interview, and the whole
I know.
thing.
I was losing it in chat, and she was just keeping it
Yeah.
cool.
It was good. It was really good. Hold on. So I'm not going to play the whole thing, of course. No, we don't have time for that. I wouldn't do that to her. She needs the views. She deserves the views on that. So what I am going to do is play the very first part of her live. It's kind of that intro period that gives a lot of information on Michael. Because that's the whole point in all of this, to keep Michael's face out there. So here we go.
The search for Michael Vaughan continues. Michael went missing from his neighborhood in Fruitland in July of 2021. He was just 5 years old at the time. Law enforcement has spent the last year and a half investigating. But the Fruitland police chief says a credible tip led investigators to a home near Michael's neighborhood this weekend.
Crews are back out in Fruitland today searching for Michael Vaughan. Police believe his remains are in the backyard of a Fruitland home, and today is the 6th day crews are excavating the yard. Crews could be at the house on Red Wing Street for another week. This house is just 4 minutes from the Vaughn's home.
As you know, from the time Michael went missing, this has been an all-hands-on-deck investigation, and it remains very active and an ongoing investigation. You can't take one of our most precious citizens from us and ever expect us to stop. During the course of this investigation to date, we received credible information that the remains of Michael Vaughan could be found in the backyard at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland. As a result, the Fruitland Police Department obtained a search warrant for the residence along with the front and backyards. That search warrant was served on November 11th. It was a Friday. We served that late in the evening. Upon entry, officers encountered Stacey Wondra, one of the known occupants of the home, and Sarah was subsequently arrested based on probable cause that she had knowledge of Michael's death and failed to report that death to law enforcement. The following day, the Fruitland Police Department, joined by the Idaho State Police, the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, the Fruitland Fire Department, and the Fruitland Public Works Department, began a very methodical excavation of the backyard of the Wondras' home. During that excavation process, the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, Mountain States detection dogs deployed multiple certified human remains detection dogs on the property, all of them alerting to the presence of human remains. Ground penetrating radar was also used and deployed, detecting anomalies in the backyard. We completed the excavation of the entire.
I do want to pause it right there for just a minute and put a highlight over where he just said, not only did the cadaver dogs alert in several locations, but the ground penetrating radar also detected anomalies.
Correct.
Things that weren't supposed to be there.
Right.
Evidence that something was there and moved.
Correct.
So for the people in the back who don't seem to get that.
Understand science.
Right. Yeah. And that's hard to say. Because, I, for one, I'm keeping out hope, period, that he will be found. There was a lady that was just found last month. She went missing in, I think they said 1989 when she was 4 years old, and they just found her through DNA. She did a DNA thing.
There's, I think, several of those that we hear about. When I first, I don't want to deter too quick, but when I first heard of Summer Wells, and I still think of Summer Wells, it makes me think of JC Dugard in that case, and everyone thought forever that JC, statistically, she's got to be gone, and all those years later, right there, alive with children, captive.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then we also have to remember, Sarah said that Adrian did it and that Stacey buried him. And then Stacey himself, without talking to Sarah, told police that he was buried in the backyard. I personally think he thought he was still there, but he wasn't. He was gone because he was in jail at this time. And I think things happened. I think it's going to come
Oh,
out.
I do too. I
really
think he's just now trying to say that that was a false tip,
Yeah, no, dude.
But when you know and you listen to that and break it down, yeah, no, he 100% was trying to get a deal. He admitted he tried to get a deal. He told everyone what that deal was.
Uh-huh. 15
He
plus
thought
7.
Michael was going to be there because he at least had knowledge or might have witnessed Michael being placed there. And when he was in jail, I think it was Josh that said, like Sarah and Brandon, they didn't trust him. They knew he was going to squeal. And he
Mhm.
did. He might know more now. They've all
Yep.
rallied and, he still hasn't divorced Sarah. They're still married. So I don't think Idaho has any of that on the books, like spousal protection, but it definitely says something that, he claims they're getting divorced, but he's never divorced her. And he's so vehemently defending her and Brandon now and just throwing Adrian under the bus. Like Adrian's been claiming this whole time that, Stacey's trying to frame him. So.
Yep. It is so convoluted that it is hard to keep up with, Yes. Yep. When she said that, and she said it again on when she was talking with Josh from the lab, she said it again. She read and saw the video of his confession. So it wasn't falsified. I absolutely agree. And thank you so much for being here. And thanks again for, I know you really didn't care who reviewed it, but I like to ask first when I can. So first she went over, I believe she said 16 RSOs who live nearby. The main ones are the next door neighbors, Carson Starkey and
wasn't in the yard.
And Dorothy. I should remember her name, Dorothy Starkey.
Right.
I'm going to go back here. And then she went over the other ones, the Pope twins. There's a lot of weird people that were connected. And I love how she put this all together. There's one big one right here that I've always side-eyed that guy. Jason Wackenshar, I think is his last name. There's a whole bunch of them. Shannon Hyde. They're all around there.
I think is living in the house now. I don't know. Or I heard is renting the house now. Shannon Hyde.
I mean, all of these connections. And
right. And people are saying, oh, Brandon and Stacey and Sarah don't have any connections to RSOs. Only Adrian has those connections, and that's just not the case.
Yeah. So apparently, Adrian, known as Lucian, pissed off one of the Pope twins, and they sent this message. Let me see if I got it where he starts talking.
Gang members out of Twin Falls. The Pope.
Yeah, the Pope twins. Is this where the clip is? Hang on, let me.
Twins. That's what that's the one question you have to ask yourself.
I'm not sure if this is
welcome,
where she plays the little
Mrs. T. Thank you for being here. Lady Death, thank you for being here. Good to see you.
Okay, hang on. I wasn't sure she played the clip. I thought she did, but I'm trying to get through this. There's good old Brandon. She did play a part of his interview with JLR.
But it's a manufactured kind of.
What does it look like?
But he's got to say.
Here we go.
Inside the Wondra house, what does it look like inside there?
It's just a regular
I'm going to show y'all the picture of it here in just a minute, what he's about to describe.
double wide kind of a trailer house. It's not a double wide, but it's a manufactured stick built home. Just a regular 1, 2, 3 bedroom, 2 baths, and a garage house.
Do they have a basement?
and they have a crawl space under there in their master bedroom. You walk in their master bedroom, take a right, and there's like this little crawl space right there. And I know that was open one day, and I went in there and looked, and there was like some kind of one of their cats that got down in there and pissed everywhere.
Oh, really? Why were you looking down there?
Because it was open.
Oh, you were just seeing what it was.
So I do have a photo of that. I'm going to pull it up and show y'all. It showed in the background of one of her TikToks. And it's hard to see, but let me get pulled up here. Sure if I got it in screenshots or downloads. Let me see. Here it is. So here is that photo, and you can see that little, you see how it's got the crease in the carpet, and I don't know how far over it goes because she's in the way, but it's got this little handle, and you would pull it open this way.
Right, it's the same. It looks just like the one in the master here at my house. Similar, you know.
So that's what it was, I guess, that was open that Brandon went and looked in. So weird.
Right, he just went in their bedroom and looked in their crawl space.
Yeah.
One day.
All right, so let me get back to this now. So she went over all this stuff. I'm trying to get through this so we can get to the interview where she had first Stacey. I do want to put this up since it's here. Again, Michael was abducted from his Fruitland, Idaho neighborhood the evening of July 27th, 2021, while looking for friends to play with. You and I talked about that as well on the timing.
Yes.
Stacey and Sarah Wondra and Brandon Shurtleff and Adrian Lucian are the only 4 named suspects. Hello, hair colors in crime. Welcome. If anybody has any information, call 208-642-6006. I think I made a banner for that too. Yeah. I'm going to put that banner up while I'm thinking about it. Okay. So there's that. I guess I'm going to leave this full screen for now. Oh, that reminds me. She did several interviews with some neighbor that just, I think all of this triggered Stacey because this is when he hopped up. And he was being a real ass in chat. He was being a real jerk in chat.
Oh, was he? Yeah.
But she still let him come up. And then pretty soon after that, Brandi got up there and it was so good and so horrible at the same time. You know, I was so glad that she was finally getting the chance to confront this person. But he's a straight up narcissist. He's so compassionless. He has zero compassion the whole time.
Oh yeah, he can't even say he doesn't even say Michael's name.
He never
he's
would.
So far he's so far detached from Michael as a individual human, that he objectifies him in the way that he references him.
Yep.
And that right there is a huge red flag.
Okay, let's see. I've got that. I've got all my notes on my lives. Okay, that's that notepad. Let me get my notes up here on this one before I start. Okay. I even went back and watched JLR's interviews with Carson Starkey and Brandon.
I never saw the Carson Starkey one because he took that down.
I know a lot of people forget that he also did an interview with Donna Serafina.
Oh, he did?
Yes, he did on January 29th.
JLR did?
No. I'm sorry. Stacey did an interview with Donna Serafina on January 29th.
Oh, really?
In this one, he was between, okay, so there was 3 interviews with, Brooks,
Uh-huh.
and the first one, he was in a motel. The second and third, he was at a shelter, and then this one, he was back at a motel. Yeah.
I haven't heard that one.
We know how that happened. I have the screenshots and emails on who gave him money.
Yeah, we don't need to go on that.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that one, though. I'll have to go listen to that.
You should see my notes.
I mean, I don't, I have my own
You're
thoughts
awful.
on Donna Serafino. We don't need to go into her.
Yeah.
This isn't about her.
Yeah.
But
Right.
would definitely be interested in seeing that.
Yep. Okay. My goodness, I'm so much.
Yeah, he's a sociopath. His behaviors seem angry and agitated. And I think that's something right there too. You know, he kept bringing up, a side effect of fetal alcohol syndrome, the irrational bursts of anger. That's definitely a symptom of that disorder, which was present.
I don't know. I'm not. I don't know. I'm not willing to give him any grace, honestly, because he's not telling the truth.
No, I'm not either, because he can go out here and talk about, my attorney, my lawyer, and I'm this and that, but he doesn't take said lawyer and go down to the police station and get his name cleared.
Yeah. My goodness. I have so many pages of notes just on this before even he got up there. Where is the first of it? Hold on. Because I know where I want to pause. I wrote down timestamps and stuff. I guess this is
Brandi's in chat. Brandi, you don't need to be listening. You're supposed to be resting.
Oh, hey, Brandi. How are you, love? How you doing? Yeah. She looked tired, but better than she did when she was up here with this douchebag. So, okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
I know you're mad.
If you want me to pause at any point, you can just say it and I'll pause for you.
Okay.
Aw, hey, Kelly Dime, how are you doing? Good to see you.
Upset, but like I said before, I told you that if you came up here, I'll be nice. You hear me?
Yeah.
All right, just making sure. So is there anything that you'd like to say?
Yeah, there's a lot of shit actually.
Well, I'm just handing you over the stage so you can say what you need to. Looks like you're fumbling around trying to get some stuff ready, so I'll give you a moment.
Damn it. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What? That Michael went missing. I don't know, nor do I have any idea, or have I had any idea of what happened to him. I'm sorry that you're going through what you're going through, and I'm sorry that you have to deal with this. I wish I had more information to give. I know, I see it. Give me a minute.
Well, I appreciate you coming up. I know you probably don't like me much right now because of what I'm saying, but I do appreciate.
No, like, listen, like, I get you're trying, you know what I mean? Like, everybody wants Michael to be found, and I get that, and I respect that, and I want him to be found too. When I said that I've like cooperated with law enforcement out of the 4 suspects, I'm speaking in the terms of when they had questioned me. I was the first person to literally go in front of the panel, go in front of them and tell them exactly
and
our
lie,
whereabouts that night.
right? Is he
Like
talking about like
I
the
know
first time he went to them
exactly
and
like
lied?
where we were.
I'm sorry, hun, what'd you say?
So right now, when he's saying that he's the first person to ever go to law enforcement and cooperate, is he talking about the same time that he's now saying was a lie?
Exactly.
All right, just wanted to.
It's hard. Yeah, it's hard to know because he lies.
He's like, I'm the first one that went and I'm the first one that cooperated, but he's saying that that was all a lie now. He's saying those tests. So why is he so proud to be the first one to do what?
Right. He should be the first one to speak up. And I know he's watching. Like Brandi said, if it's got her name in it or his name in it, he's watching. So everybody wave at Tubby Boy. The link's in chat, mofo. You ain't gonna click it. He won't talk to me again. I cussed him out good.
Well, I don't even care to invite
I
him
wouldn't
up.
even let
Honestly,
him up.
we can just keep
Yeah.
talking about what we know.
I wouldn't let him up anyway. Nope.
He needs
I
to
actually
take
would.
He needs to take his alleged lawyer that doesn't exist. It's for a whole nother federal charge that has nothing to do with Michael. That's why he did a handwritten note to the court to try to sue, because he has lawyers, right?
Yeah. And Brandi says, please, everyone, continued prayers for Michael. Absolutely, Brandi, you got it. Every day, he is in my daily prayers. Every day. I pray for Sebastian Rogers every day. I pray for all of these kids that I've covered. I'm often saying their names and praying for them in my prayers. So, okay, so he's trying to, he just looks so dead inside, doesn't he? He just really does. And I've noticed that he talks incessantly and he gives a ton of extraneous details on things that don't matter. But if you ask him,
too, like he just
word
says,
salad.
I don't know, nor have I ever known, nor will I ever know, nor did I ever know anything about ever knowing anything about Michael. It's that kind of stuff where it's just nonsense to try to sound
or
smarter
the boy
than you are.
calling
He's
him
trying.
the
I don't
boy.
know.
The distancing
Oh, yeah.
language really pissed
That's
me
what
off.
I was saying is dehumanizing. And that's what, anyone who follows true crime to any capacity knows this about criminals. It's something in their psyche that helps them to detach from, the guilt that normal people would feel of committing a crime against another person, and it objectifies that victim. So he's more of an object to Stacey when he says that boy, your boy, that child.
I'm looking at this kind of a synopsis of the case that I wrote down. I'm not sure if I want to read it or not. I don't want to take too much time away from this. I'm going to wait on that. Okay. All right, we're going to continue here.
I know exactly what we've been doing. Like, I don't know what else to tell you guys. Like, the same exact statement that I've given the police is the same exact thing I pretty much said throughout the whole entire YouTube podcast that I've done.
Wrong.
Like, I don't know what else to give you guys.
I'm sorry, and what?
No, I just said wrong, just like you.
Yeah.
What else can he give us at this point? I'm just sitting here thinking, even at this point, even if Stacey walked in and gave coordinates to where Michael is, I don't think anyone could believe it. That nothing he says is true.
They would go straight there and confirm before believing him.
Yeah, he's just such a liar.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. All right. I'm going to continue.
When I don't have anything to give. Law
Can I
enforcement,
ask you a question?
ask.
The only one question that I've ever had for you that I've always wanted to ask you is, how could you give a tip about Michael being in your backyard if you didn't have some kind of involvement?
I didn't have involvement, and that's the thing. And I've already explained that on another fucking podcast with, I think, Brooks and fucking whoever else I did it with. And quite frankly, like, with somebody else, you guys very familiar with fetal alcohol syndrome. When somebody gets put under an extensive amount of pressure, when that one person is.
Yes, Lady V, we can see you. You doing all right? We can see you, hon.
Willing to give a statement freely and openly, knowing that there was no involvement, and they keep trying to pinpoint something on you that I never fucking did. Number one, I wanted to get them off my fucking back. I was at the point of a fight or flight mode because I didn't know what else to fucking give them. Like, was I supposed to give them what they wanted to hear? Because I've been telling them the same fucking thing. Like, I don't have any involvement. I didn't have any involvement. I don't even know who Michael is, nor did I associate or talk to the family. Like, we literally talked to very few people in our neighborhood, like our subdivision. We didn't talk to many people other than running our fucking taxi company. We talked to literally Carson, our neighbor. We talked to John across the street and Hazel, the HOA rep, and Sarah's parents who live behind us. Like, I don't have any.
Did he just mention Carson or not? I don't remember him.
Yeah, he just mentioned Carson. But we also, going back to the little scroll of RSOs that you just went through, and Caesar Garuda was in there, who was also in pictures with him and Sarah Brandon on social media. So spending time with numerous RSOs.
Numerous. Yep. Probably 24 at least.
Anything else to give. I have literally openly given my statement time and time and time again, reflecting on what details that I can, like, which is very specific.
Did he just say which details he can give, which are very
specific?
What?
Yes. But he can't remember specifically.
Right. Hi, Grammy E. How are you doing? Says prayers for Michael. His family continues every day, gives family strength and encouragement to have to continue with these idiots. Continue to let them always rise above them. Brandi and Tyler, dear God. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that.
So many of us have seen you talk and everything else, and there were so many contradictions when you were, up there talking. So it just makes us all question.
But no, and I get that. But you also got to, I get that. And you also got to take into account, we're talking about something that's fucking 3 years old. I didn't give my
right there. I wanted to come to the screen. We're talking about something that was effing 3 years ago. You know what? What is it? 1,242 days now? I mean, could you imagine having to keep that count? We don't have to keep that count every day. I see it every week when Purple Phoenix does her Monkey Mondays. I see the count then. But Brandi thinks of that
every minute, every second, every day. Yeah. And then again, just going back to what we were discussing before, he gets so, I can't remember everything. It was, forever ago. But before, he knew everything because he has all the timestamps and he has the best memory and he knows all of what they all did.
Yeah. Did Brandi's chat just show up? It was held for review because she had a hashtag in it. I don't know why, but it says, I've heard toddlers get held with harder gloves than his BS. Did that show up in chat?
I don't see that.
This is another moderator just handled this. Did somebody hide it? Brandi, do that again. I'm sorry. For some reason, hashtags makes them get held. I'm not sure why. We'll hit show next time. I think somebody hit the wrong one. All right, here we go. Oh, his BS is ridiculous. Once he gets done, before Brandi comes up, I'm going to go over his inconsistencies from this one with his other interviews, just to contrast and compare.
Like, I didn't start doing podcasts until 2 years after that. And literally until I got out of fucking prison last November. So it's like you're trying to expect me to fucking remember shit to the fucking T. And I specifically noted in any of the videos that I've done, I said my information may not be 100% accurate to the point, but
Hey, Brandi, I put you as a moderator, so you don't have to worry about that. Anything being held at all. Just for that reason.
it's the best of my knowledge. And I have specified that. Like, I don't know what else to give you guys.
Look at that, you guys. 1,243 days. Brandi, we're so sorry. He's coming home. You hang in there, okay? Get all the rest you can. You have so much else going on. Please don't forget to take care of yourself too. Okay? I could not imagine. I couldn't go 12 minutes without my babies. I'm so sorry.
It's like, all I can tell you is that I'm sorry that this boy has gone missing. I'm sorry. If I had answers to give, I would give them to you. I don't have anything to give, and I want Michael to be found just as much as everybody else does.
You liar.
The link that was just added to chat is for Brandi, everybody. Just letting everybody know. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you, Stacey.
It's fine. Like, I want
But out of everything you could have told law enforcement, you told them Michael was in your yard.
No.
I'm still just trying to make sense of
I
that
know,
stuff.
and I get where you're coming from, but
You don't get where anybody's coming from, you fat tub of lard. You don't get what anybody's saying. You don't get it. Again, let me repeat. Sarah told law enforcement that Adrian did it and Stacey buried him. And then you, Stacey Wondra, without knowing what Sarah had said, you said that he was buried in the yard. That was not given to you. And as Brandi said, she's read it. Stop lying. Tell the truth.
what else was I supposed to say to get off my fucking back? They weren't listening.
I mean, I understand false confessions. I know that false confessions happen. It happened with Brandon Dassey. Brandon Dassey is sitting in prison right now, and I believe he was completely wrongfully convicted. He had an IQ lower than Stacey's. I mean, I know that's hard to imagine, and they still interrogated him on record for like 28 hours before he confessed.
Well, and I think even
he
the
didn't
boys
do.
in like the Central, I think even like the boys in the Central Park 5 case, some of them gave up confessions and they never were there too. So I know it happens as well, but
there was zero evidence to back up. The case with Brandon Dassey really makes me mad. Every time I think about it, I get mad because that boy, there was not one word that he said that matched any evidence. You know, he described the room, like the bed and the room and the walls covered in blood and all this stuff. And there was nothing in that room. Nothing. No evidence anywhere in that story.
Stacey gives a confession, and not only that, but his false air quotes false confession he gave, he also was basically on FaceTime. For I don't know what technology they use, if it was FaceTime or not, but video screen gave them directions while they're in the yard of where he knew they needed to dig. So he was, directing them.
Yes. And is it in this interview with Sammy where he says he told them where it was right off of the patio? Do you remember that? He said that he was
yes.
buried right off the patio. Let me show y'all something. Let me show y'all something now that I'm thinking about it, because I do believe he brings this up. You guys remember what was right off of his patio, right? Just a second. I didn't even have time to come in here and like put these in order or nothing, y'all. I don't see it super quick. I'm just going to go get her TikTok because it's on her. You can see it on her TikTok. Here it is. I'll just do it this way. I know I took a screenshot, but I'm in a hurry, so we're going to do it this way. Yeah. How do I get this log on screen off of here? Hang on just a second, guys. I don't even know my login anymore. Hold on. And it won't quit playing in the background. I seriously never log in here. Let me see which account this is. Do you log in? Okay. Give me just a second. It's logging me in. No, I don't want notifications. Thank you. All right. So cool. It is my personal one, but you don't see it on the screen. So here we go. Look at what's right off the patio. Remember, he said it was right there in the dead area. And that's right off of the patio. He told them where to look, like he said. And this grill right here is, I believe, the day that Sarah was arrested on her anniversary. He loves to say that. You know, it was on our anniversary. And Tanner was wanting to grill us dinner. And I think he came out here because this is that day and it was lightly snowing. I think he was going to move this grill. And either she didn't want him to move it, she was too scared for him to move it, or maybe there was something inside it that he just could not see. So I think she picked the big old fight and it escalated to the pew-pew thing. And yeah, she completely lost her mind over this grill being moved. So that's what happened. There was 2 grills, but this one back here was sitting on top of this area. And I don't know. This was all dug up. You can even see it from the Google view, the Google Earth view straight up. You can see this whole area back here was all dead. Yeah. Okay, so let me get back to the video here. I believe it's in this one that he mentions that as well. I'm sorry, but was not him being grilled by Josh on the lab not extreme pressure? I mean, he nailed his ass on several things. That was pressure. Can you imagine coming up against the parent of a child you're accused of unaliving That would be huge pressure. Yet you see, he remains through this whole thing completely emotionless, detached, zero compassion. He's like a freaking sociopath. I think he's using the fetal alcohol syndrome as an excuse for his bullcrap, honestly. Do you agree?
Oh, he definitely is. Just because we can pull up so many examples where, and you just played a few where he's like, I have all the timestamps. I know all. We were doing this. We were there at this time. Adrian was in Boise all night. No, Adrian was the only one at the house all night. Goes back and forth, and then it's like,
Yeah.
oh, it's fetal alcohol syndrome. No, you're a liar.
Exactly.
It's liar, liar, pants on
Exactly.
fire syndrome.
Totally. And Shannon says, Brandi Neal, just want you to know I am here for you and love you. And Tyler, I remember the day Monkey was born. Aw. Aw. Buggy giggles needed. Okay, hun. Yeah. Okay. Let's continue. We're going to get to her part in just a minute.
Like, it's not like it's easy for you guys to say years ago. You guys will suffer with it.
Ugh.
Like,
it's not easy. I mean, we all work really hard to try to find the answers. And I mean, and I can kind of get what you're saying after it being a long time and stuff. And it's hard to like remember exactly what happened. We just are searching for the truth.
No, exactly. But you guys are looking at the whole wrong direction. Like, I'm not. Like, I just want to clarify something. I spoke with a lawyer when I was in CTEC. It wasn't even calling in regards to a lawsuit. It was actually calling on some stuff that the Supreme Court was doing a ruling on for the 922G. That I wanted to get answers. And the lawyer had happened to talk.
I'm trying to remember what the 122G Supreme Court thing that he was talking about. Wasn't that something to do with his gun charge? I do know he failed to show up to court on the 17th. I got a Vine message, that he had court coming up, so I've been watching it. And the next day on the 18th, I looked to see what happened, and it says he failed to show. So I wonder what that was about. Oh, Brandi, that's so sweet. He slithers through life. Exactly. Ugh, he's so gross. Exactly. Yep. I 1,000% agree.
Talked to. His name was Matt, and he actually said that he was retained to represent Brandon if he were to ever get charged. And he asked me who I was, I said, my name's Stacey Wondra. And he goes, why does that sound familiar? And then he looked up and he goes, oh, yeah. He goes, Brandon, I'm actually retained to represent Brandon if you were ever to get charged. So, okay. I was like, well, this wasn't even, I said, well, speaking of that, I said, can I ask you some questions? He goes, well, I can't give you verbatim information. He goes, because, client confidentiality. I said, that's fine. I said, I'm not asking specifics. I said, but how did we even become to be suspects? And he goes, first of all, you guys were not, like, per Portland PD, you guys were never supposed to be alleged suspects. You guys were only supposed to
Oh my God. I'm gonna let him finish and then make a comment. I think I paused a little too soon. Hang on.
be alleged people. You guys were never supposed to be alleged suspects. You guys were only supposed to be alleged people of interest. And a person of interest, as I'm sure you guys are all aware, is somebody who they believe that might have relative information or knowledge.
He is so full of crap. You are not, Stacey Wondra, you are not an alleged suspect. You are a named suspect. And law enforcement believes based on evidence.
Well, and
this
Matt lawyer that he's referencing, that he's saying, I spoke to, and Matt has been retained to represent Brandon if he's ever charged in anything. That's also a load of shit. This Matt lawyer is Brandon's lawyer, or was Brandon's lawyer for some other drug charges and the traffic charges that he has online. So he was retained by someone, probably Brandon's family, I don't know, but he was retained.
Yeah.
And so for Stacey to be like, oh, he's retained in case Brandon's ever charged on this. No,
Oh, please.
and he's not going to have a conversation with you about that unless we're going to be retaining him as well,
Named
which
as a
I don't know.
co-defendant.
Wouldn't that be a
Yeah.
conflict? He couldn't
Totally.
represent both of them. So
He-
all of this
well,
is
he could.
bullshit.
He could represent both of them as if they were co-defendants on the same charges. Hair color. Well, I don't know about Idaho, but in Oklahoma you can do that. Hair colors and crime has a question. Was there any drug charges with any of them, past or present? I only know about Sarah's
Yes.
possession charge. Do you know of any others?
Yes. So Brandon had that one. There was an older marijuana charge. That was just a few years ago. So when Brandon had been, like, while he was being interviewed in the hot tub, he had an open cannabis warrant charge and all that. But more recently, up north in Kootenai County, Brandon just dealt with a couple more possession charges and some I don't know, like failing to stop or failing to have insurance charges. There was 4 charges altogether. 2 of them were drug and 2 were traffic related. And those went away. They're all done, dismissed, nothing came of it. And then he's now allegedly back here in Kuna again. So he's bouncing all around Idaho, but those ones were recent. So Brandon is still out there getting in trouble. He's got lots of no insurance and no license tickets all over Ada, Canyon County recently. So he's hopping all over Idaho, at least right now, that we know of.
Wow, what a loser. Okay, here we go. Thank you for that.
To help them find this person. We were never supposed to be labeled people or alleged suspects. We were only supposed to be alleged person of interest. The media is the one that had gotten it twisted. And then when I asked him, I said, okay, well, what do they have? Like, what do they?
Oh, this is a good one. Oh, don't forget, Matt gave him his polygraph. Sure. Yeah, I heard that too. It's coming up. And then Hair Curlers and Crime says, yeah, the lawyer is asking for discovery during the ongoing investigation and before an arrest. Me don't think so. Yeah, that doesn't happen. That's not how any of that goes.
They have against us. And he literally told me, he goes, well, Brandon wanted to give a statement to the police. And when I told Brandon that I'm willing to let him give a statement, but he's only allowed to give it on a conditional statement. And I said, what's that? And he said that the police department needs to provide me and give me all of the documentation and the GPS records of all 3 of you guys that night. And he goes, and he goes, I want evidence that ties you guys to this. And when he told me that he approached the Fruitland PD, and I told him that Brandon was willing to give a statement, they literally told him that we don't have any problem giving you all the phone GPS and everything and all the records you want. But as far as evidence, he said they don't have anything to give. They don't have anything that ties us to this.
Oh, whatever. Hey.
Right. Yeah, like a lawyer who's not even retained is going to walk into the DA's office.
Yeah, give me all your evidence on this case and prove to me that they're suspects.
Yeah. Sammy's asking,
give me all your
Matt?
discovery. Oh, you don't have any evidence on them? Okay, I'm going to go over here and tell them that. Okay,
Sammy, Matt,
whatever.
the attorney that he was talking about with you, that was supposedly might be representing Brandon if he was ever charged, but he was never charged. Oh yeah, this is so true. I love this. They do not have that here. You can use those as defenses here, but you cannot do that in Idaho. Yeah, and believe me, people use it as a defense here all the time. You get away with things.
Matt. Okay, PNW.
She's asking who's Matt. Yeah,
Matt is I think his name's Matthew. I don't know. I can't remember his last name. Christensen or Williams. I can't remember. Don't quote me.
Yeah, I've
But
got it written down somewhere.
Matt, the lawyer that he's talking about is Brandon Shirtlift's lawyer on Brandon Shirtlift's unrelated drug charges. A private retained lawyer that Brandon had for that. So
And Stacey is claiming that he talked to him and he went and got evidence on his behalf
so
without
Stacey's claiming Matt
representing.
went and got all kinds of discovery, essentially, when there's no charges, but got all this evidence that they're not suspects.
Right. Sure, Stacey, sure.
And if you guys want to look him up, his name's, I don't know his last name. His name's Matthew, and he works for Murray, Zelen, Johnson, and Meridian, Idaho.
Oh my God, my phone's going crazy.
I could
Just
hear
letting
it.
everybody know I am not even looking at my phone right now. Stacey Wondra's up on panel, as everybody can see, and I'm quite busy. So stop blowing up my phone, please.
Poor Sammy.
Is there a reason why you've decided to talk more about protecting Sarah and Brandon lately?
I haven't talked about protecting Brandon and Sarah at all. I speak for myself, but I also know that Brandon and Sarah were with me. We all were gone that entire night, towing Brandon's vehicle back from Cuna.
Yeah, like you said, Adrian was gone all night. Now he's going to change his story to Adrian was there. Like he just knows it for a fact. Like he knew it for a fact before.
Right. I've heard that during your interviews and stuff before.
Nothing's changed. I'm not protecting Sarah. I'm not protecting Brandon. I can only protect myself because I can only speak for myself. But
I just heard a recording that Brooks had recorded here recently when you were quite upset with her over the cease and desist, and you actually
that was her warning. That was her warning. And that's already been reported to my lawyer. I'm not even tripping. It's fine.
Reported to what lawyer? Sit down, Stacey.
I know. What are you going to do? File some more handwritten letters to the court? You know, you keep running around, me and my lawyers. I've got my lawyer, but you clearly do not.
Come at me, bro. He threatened to sue me too. Come at me. You sue anybody. Sue Brandi. Sue whoever you want. The discovery process for him would be a complete nightmare. Yes, his imaginary lawyer. Yeah. Rosie Palmer and her 5 friends. That's his lawyer.
Oh, no. I was just saying it was during that recording that I heard you say that, you know, you can protect Sarah and Brandon. So I'm just wondering.
No, I wasn't saying like protecting Sarah and Brandon. I was speaking in general conversation. Like I don't speak as in like protecting them as much as I do knowing where their whereabouts were that night because they were with me. We were all together that night.
Okay.
And first of all, like I want to point out, but like another thing that I want to point out is, don't you guys find it a little odd how they have all this, you know, CCTV video footage of us being parked on the side of Southwest 8th Street?
No, they don't, you liar. I'm also going to be, and I hope this doesn't offend anybody. I don't really care. But I am going to be bringing up, and I don't think she's going to like it, but hey, she mentioned me by name in her live, and it was so ridiculous. And then she puts up this map and claims that I think he believes what she put up. I think that's where he got this information, because she put up this map, and I'll show y'all, where she claims that this Agile Homes or something that's on the other end of 8th Street, where you go out on I-95, that they were talking about their cameras that day, and she put it out as if it was the cameras there at 8th in Arizona. She did that on her live, and I'm like, you friggin' idiot. So I'm going to show that when we, you know what, I can just show that now real quick. Hold on. Because it was too funny. I was like, are you that dumb? Really? It took 5 seconds pulling it up on Google to see this. Hold up. I know that one's in screenshots. Hold on. Okay. So she shows this on her live first. And yeah, I don't care if this makes her mad. I just want to correct this real quick. So she pulled this up on her live and acts like this is proof that there was nothing out there that day. And I think he's talking about this camera as well. It's so confusing. Then, but if you pull it up on Google Maps, you can see the business that she's talking about and he's talking about is way down here. Somewhere, is it here? I have to look at it
Agile
again.
Homes is actually on the main freeway. I know where that's at. Okay, I wasn't sure what you were talking about. I didn't watch.
Yeah,
said
this
live.
field.
Don't care.
This field is the one that
but
they were
Agile
talking about.
Homes, yeah, it sits out on the main road.
Yeah,
So,
it's
yeah.
way over here. It's not here.
No.
This is not where the cameras are.
Well, and
So
it's
he's
not where
thinking
he
that there's
said
cameras here.
initially on YouTube interview round 1, you know,
Yeah.
when he talked about pulling over initially, it was, over where you were just showing around that other field.
Exactly. It's like, come on, people. Can we at least get the basic information correct?
When I put power steering fluid in the truck, and they have video footage of me pulling in the fucking splash pad fluid in the truck on the side of Southwest 8th Street. When I put power steering fluid in the truck.
They do not have CCTV footage of him at 8th and Arizona, putting power steering fluid in his truck. I would bet my left boob on that. Just, no. And one of the ways that I know that is because his very, very first interview, he doesn't mention that at all. He only mentions the splash pad, and he doesn't even know the time. He says he thinks it was 1:30. But this was after he supposedly had all this information. So why wouldn't he have mentioned that?
Well, why wouldn't he know the time? Because he had allegedly already pulled up all his pictures off his phone, you know, and had them GPS time traced or whatever. So he knew where he'd been throughout the whole day.
Yeah, he knew. And like Brandi, and I've got that screenshot here somewhere too, where she was like, you were at the park. You were at that Kiwanis Park right there across the street from the A&W. You weren't at apartment complex. You weren't at A&W. You were at the park.
Well, and then there's still the walking man around the splash pad area that I really believe is Brandon.
Yep.
That was happening during all this time. So.
Yep. The whole thing, their whole story, but they alibi each other, so it makes it hard to figure out like which one's lying and what are they lying about.
They do, and then they have their parents. Then they have their parents supporting them, just like they did when they hid the gun for Sarah. You know, they're covering and supporting. And they might not know everything, but they've got to know something, I think, at this point.
Oh yeah, I think they more than know.
They have video footage of me pulling in the fucking splash pad to get my can of chew out of the fucking side of the passenger side of the car.
From my understanding, well, from what my understanding is, the CTV camera picks up more towards the end of 8th.
No, that's not. No, because Southwest 8th Street.
She is correct.
Wasn't at the end. It was right directly outside of our subdivision. Might I mention that there's a neighborhood watch which have cameras all throughout the fucking neighborhood.
Oh my God, he makes me sick. Just because there's a neighborhood watch.
And that's not true though. I mean, yes, there's a neighborhood watch and it's a very small rural community and people do watch out for each other. But at that time, and it has been said over and over publicly that there was just not that much like ring footage or personal camera footage or neighborhood watch type footage to gain. People just didn't have it. More people have now purchased and keep their Ring cameras going because of this. But they didn't at the time.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the same thing that happened in the Idaho 4 case. You know, there were very few. There were only like 2 or 3 cameras in that neighborhood at the time, but now they're all
I think
over
I
the
heard
place.
that. I think I heard that. Yeah, because
Yeah.
it is a small college town. I have been up there. It's not, it's the kind of place where you can still feel that you could leave your windows open and your doors unlocked.
Mhm. Yep. I was raised in the country and we never locked our doors. And it was a learning curve for me, when I moved into town to learn to lock my doors, So I get it. When you live in a rural community, you feel safe, So.
Yep.
And Sammy's right. Otherwise, Michael would have been seen. Yeah, he would have been seen. The whole thing would have been seen.
So they can pinpoint us leaving our neighborhood. They can pinpoint us being parked on Southwest A Street, and they can pinpoint me being at the splash pad at 1:30 in the afternoon. But somehow, some way, they can't fucking pinpoint where Michael is. They can't pinpoint anywhere on video footage. I mean, don't you guys think it's a little fucking weird?
He was seen on a couple of cameras, right? Just right there near his home. Wasn't that correct? Am I remembering that correctly?
Police have never, I don't know, honestly. Police have never publicly released anything about Michael being caught on any footage whatsoever.
Okay.
If in fact Michael was seen on footage, that's being kept for,
right.
Yeah. Court purposes.
Exactly.
I would like to imagine I don't know, because again, we can go back to talking about direction of travel. We know there was the 3 neighbors. I don't know the exact order of houses he approached. However, because of where those houses are and having been on this road myself, I would like to think that if law enforcement did capture this stuff of the suspects, then maybe some of that does exist. However, it's not going to be disclosed to anybody until we have charges and we're seeing a trial.
Exactly. And that's exactly how it should be. I agree.
Did law enforcement tell you?
Absolutely, they fucking did. Yeah, they showed me every fucking thing. That's what I'm like. You guys don't even understand. Like you guys, like I get you guys like to play detective, and that's cool. Play detective. But you're not the one that had the encounters with the fucking Fruitland Police Department, nor the detectives, nor fucking highway or fucking Idaho State Police, or the fucking FBI.
Yeah.
Little do you guys know, I'm the one that voluntarily gave a fucking polygraph test and passed it with flying colors, specifically the 5 questions that they asked.
Are you the only one that took polygraph tests?
No, Sarah and Brandon both did it because they both got brought in the same day.
Are you aware of one of your friends that came up on my panel a couple of weeks ago?
Who's that?
I don't know. She was a blonde. If anybody in chat remembers her name, her like YouTube name, she was saying that she was your friend, and then she pulled you up on her phone while she was up on my panel screaming about Adrian was at the house that night. And we know that you've said that Adrian was not at the house that night, but your friend was saying that he was.
I don't know.
So I'm just curious.
A blonde friend? I don't have any blonde friends.
So he's stuck on the lady for a minute, but she just asked about Adrian. He's about to change his story. Hi, Brandon E. How are you doing?
I'm sorry.
I don't Country Cuz. Her name was Cuz, C-U-Z. And then when she came up on panel, it came up Country Cuz.
I don't know who the fuck that is.
Yeah, some blonde girl says that she talks to you all the time and that you've...
No.
She was not saying that you said that Adrian was at the house. She was just trying to convince everybody on panel that Adrian was at the house and he's your friend and she knew. So I was just asking you, was Adrian at the house that night?
No, I like I said, I specified that. No, Adrian was at the house because he was the only one that was left there when we had left.
So Adrian was there. his new story. Just changed it after telling the opposite on, let's see, interview 1. Okay, Adrian was not there. He stayed in. Here we go.
Nampa, Boise, he said.
Nampa, Boise, the whole night. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then
the
the interview says his 5th interview was the first time that he mentioned law enforcement showing him any cameras. All the way, okay, fifth interview, he's still saying that Adrian was gone all night. Let's see.
Well, and the thing about, while you're looking at these notes, the thing about the story changing is that it's not, the only story that has allegedly changed, because, and again, I'm saying allegedly because it's, not been publicly stated by anyone. It's more town talk. But the woman that had come forward that, allegedly he'd been on a date with that night, got her dates mixed up. And so he does not have an alibi for that night, to my knowledge. So Stacey saying that Adrian was at the house that night now could possibly be the truth, because we now know he wasn't out on a date that whole night.
Right. Yep. Was something really moved from the backyard, or was it a rumor? Law enforcement states that there was evidence of Michael being at that home and in the yard and was moved. They found all of the cadaver dogs hit, and they found anomalies in the dirt. Just where Stacey told him to look as well. So he knows. He was telling the truth when he did his little confession. He just didn't know because he was sitting in jail.
At that point, he had that attorney with him. He had that offer on the table. He thought he was giving up Michael.
Yep. He thought he was getting the deal, and maybe they wouldn't tell him what happened after, maybe he doesn't know currently what they did while he was in jail. I don't know. That's where I'm stuck. What does he currently know? What does he know? What did they tell him later? Or have they even gotten a chance to tell him?
It seems to me that they're smarter than him to some degree. And I would like, maybe they're smart enough to not tell him because they already thought once, we got to move this because he might snitch. And then he did snitch, like they knew. Yep. So, that's the thing. Nobody's talking about where Michael's at now.
Yeah. It really bothers me that he's now saying that Adrian was there and alone while they were gone from 6:30-ish all the way until like 10. I mean, for all we know, they could have come home and Adrian could have had Michael there in the house. We don't know what happened.
Right. But I think that geographically, I think somebody else said that to me too. Well, even though he didn't have the car, and I think that walking Michael from one side to the other would have brought attention.
Right.
And where Stacey first put themselves pulling over to, do this imaginary power steering fluid fill up, and first seeing the child is all right there at that spot where Michael could have been walking to a neighbor's home.
Yeah, and we don't know if Michael had ever interacted with these people before. Maybe that was a place where he commonly pulled over to put in power steering fluid. Maybe that was partially true, right? Maybe he had brief interactions with him before, and so the child
Well,
wasn't
and that
scared
tends
of
to
him.
be what happens is
You know?
that the person, it becomes an acquaintance to the child without adults' knowledge, rather they'll make friends
Yeah.
at parks or schools or different places where they target and are able to interact with a child. And the Vaughn family
Mhm.
did frequent, the playground and splash pad over there together as a family. But I don't know. We don't know that yet, but there's definitely, Michael was also just barely 5. He was a very happy-go-lucky, easygoing kid, and I think if a smooth talking person could have easily, lured him in to a vehicle.
Sorry, had a puppy over here growling. Yeah.
Brandon, they don't
think
know who's moved Michael.
Yeah. I'm thinking it wasn't Stacey. Just my gut instinct on it,
No, Stacey was in prison.
Right. Yep.
So,
I
and
think Stacey went
allegedly
Mhm.
Adrian had left Idaho the next month after Michael's abduction. He flew out August 20th from Boise. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know if Adrian would have participated in moving him either.
There's just unfortunately several possibilities, and somebody needs to talk. So frustrating. Okay, so that was one of
Because we had asked him if he wanted to come with us that night, and he said, "No, I'm going to stay home." And I
So you're
specified
saying
that.
that Adrian was at the house when you guys left to go to Kuna?
Yep. And I told you, I specified that on panel.
Oh.
But he didn't have access. He didn't have access to any of our vehicles. We don't ever leave our fucking vehicles or any of our means of transportation anywhere in the house. And we would.
God, he just makes me sick. I mean, the way he's speaking right here is exactly the same tone that he said before with the exact opposite story.
Exactly.
It's hard to read him because he's almost dissociated, He's not there. He's blank. He's an empty vessel, and it's just, ugh. He makes me so mad.
Would never let him drive our vehicle.
Was he there when you guys got back home? After
Yeah.
the towing?
Yeah, he was in his fucking room.
I personally never heard that before, so.
No, he was in the room. Like, he was in his little fucking bed.
Sammy's like, I haven't heard that before. Because she hasn't. Nobody had. This was new. This was a new change.
This is new news.
Right. Breaking news. My question is,
Wait a second.
Why is he not putting that power steering fluid in at home like normal people do? Doing it at the splash pad is definitely creepy. It wasn't at the splash pad. It was at the corner. Let me show y'all again the corner.
It was at the corner of 8th and Arizona to the side of the field. But yes, Shannon, your initial part of your question is why they wouldn't have done that at home, just a few blocks away before they left. Doesn't make any sense. They get the car all up on the, going to tow it and all ready to go. They don't check the power steering fluid of the towing vehicle until they're blocks away.
Yeah, especially knowing that that's something that they had to do constantly with that vehicle. Let's see.
Yeah.
So walk them through hang on, let me do that. Please bear with me. I have a dog over here trying to be alpha. Okay. I think he's all right now. Okay, so this up here is where the Wondras lived, right here in this corner. So they may have gone this way and down or this way and down, but they came out of the neighborhood this way. They took a left, and he said they pulled over right here.
Yeah, the first time.
And then right here's where Michael lived.
No, across the street. You're on the wrong
Oh,
side.
no, the
of the
second
street.
one. Yeah, right here,
Yeah,
right here.
that's
Sorry.
his side. Yes.
Okay. I knew that. Sorry. This is the third house. So he was right here in the truck, and Michael was right out here playing in the street.
Yep. So he could have been
Over
right
here,
there.
this is the splash pad over here. This is where he pulled over at 1:15, 1:30-ish that day.
Yes.
This is the evening pullover stop. And that
Where
was
he
at,
volunteered that's where they pulled over to put in the power steering fluid. That's where he
Mhm.
said he first saw the child
He
playing,
said-
was when they were parked right there doing that power steering fluid fill up.
yes. And let's count the houses, y'all. He has also changed that story so many times. And he even changes it during this interview again and adds more lies on top of all the other lies.
More layers to it. Yep.
Oh my God. When he first said that the house was 4 to 5 houses down, then he changed it to 6 or 7, and now it is 7 to 8. And if you're sitting right here, a little vehicle, right? Because you can see how tiny the vehicles are, right? If you're sitting here, a little bitty tiny vehicle, and you're looking down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 houses is normally in a block. So he would have seen a child out here or here. And the first story was that it was a blurry thing. Hang on, let me see here. Said, okay, I marked each one. Okay. First one he said was 8, 9, or 10 years old, playing in a yard, no mention of a sidewalk. The second time that he mentioned the child on the next interview, he said he added shorts and a bright shirt on that one. And then the third interview, he got even more detailed. Or let me see which interview that was here. Child. I wrote it out to the side. Then, yeah, I think it's going to be on my other note here. And the heck did I put that one? Because I was like, you're kidding me, right? Okay, here it is. This one, he said, someone came out and told this little boy that it was time to come inside. He said it was 4 to 5 houses down, a beige house.
Mm-hmm. So now there was adults calling the child in.
Yeah. First he said he saw somebody come out, and then she was like, what? And he said, no, I heard them call for the child. Like every time there's a new detail.
Am I wrong, or was the very first time that he said they saw a child, it was the other way though, towards 9th in Arizona?
Yeah, who knows? I can't even keep up. He has made at least 10 different stories just about this alleged child. And when we get to the part where Brandi's, talking with him, I'm not looking forward to it, honestly. It's so hard to watch.
He added, he said, didn't he say that this time also, besides the parents and the beige house, he also added that the child was carrying a toy?
Yes.
Not something that law enforcement has never said either, whether Michael had anything.
Yeah.
Where did that come from?
Yep. Where did that come from, Stacey? Okay. All right.
Bedroom that he fucking destroyed when he left with his fucking little pubic hair of his fucking head.
Ugh, so racist.
Like,
Yeah, speaking of racist, I mean, not that it was actually a racist comment that he made this time, but in one of the interviews, he actually described the little boy as dark hair, dark skin, and Mexican.
Oh, really?
There's,
Okay.
There's just no way you could tell that. There's just no
Yeah.
way. Take your own child outside and send them 4 houses down, just 4 houses down, and you're not going to be able to even see anything like that. You just can't. I watch my kids going to and from their friends' houses all the time. I stand there and watch them till they're there, and then when they're
Right.
coming home, I watch them again. I'm the helicopter mama, but you can't see that until they get within a couple houses. You could never tell that they had on, shorts and a bright shirt. What? But
yeah,
the description of the child has just become more and more detailed rather than the other way around. Like if at first he was saying all this detail about this child and then he started forgetting details, that would actually be more believable. But he's gone the other way. Our memories tend to get worse, not better.
Do you know who the Pope twins are?
who?
The Pope twins?
No. I have no idea who the fuck
Oh.
that is.
I have a recording. I don't know if you've ever seen it. I have a recording. It's of one of the Pope twins. Pretty much sending a message to Adrian when Adrian threw them under the bus for Michael's abduction. You don't know anything about that?
I don't even know who the Pope twins are. I've never heard of them a day in my life. Like I said, Sarah and I ran a taxi company. We were not there to make friends. Yes, we helped people out occasionally with a place to help them get on their feet. Yes, we allowed people, which is why we're in this fucking predicament. And not just this predicament.
Brandy's asking for everyone. Sorry to interrupt you, Stacey, but Brandy's ready to take the link.
Okay. Go ahead.
Can somebody throw that up, please?
Law enforcement hasn't put out exactly, where cameras were and what they've got. They're just not going to do that because they want to hold that close to their vest so that whoever does eventually come forward, they use what they do know and compare it with what a tip is or a confession or something to know if it's true. So we don't really know.
Stacey, please be nice to Brandy.
I'm not a heartless person. Like, I've been wanting to talk to Brandi for a minute now. Like,
is he anything but heartless?
I know. I just know you get upset sometimes. I don't know if we're going to have a very upset, screaming, yelling mama here or not, but please, no matter what she says or does, let's just keep her cool and, try to talk to her the best you can.
Sammy did such a good job trying to prepare for this. I'm going to skip forward to when Brandi jumps up here. Okay. Okay. It's right here.
Link again, Brandi. You can continue talking about whatever until I see Brandi.
I'll wait.
Okay, here's Brandi. Madden her up now.
Hi.
Hi. Hi, Sam.
Hey, Brandi. How are you feeling?
Not well.
Hi,
I'm
Renee.
sorry, honey.
Hello, Mr. Wondra.
You can just by my name. It's okay. We're all.
It's my preference.
I got you. That's fine.
I have so many questions. So many. One, your lawsuit and slander. It's not slander if you're a named suspect, correct?
Not a named suspect. That was the media that fucking got that twisted.
Excuse me.
Did you hear what he just said? Did he just say I'm not a named suspect? That's what the media got twisted? What? Wait.
Named slander if you're a named suspect.
Yes, he says
Correct.
that the media got it twisted. That's
Okay.
He said that a couple of times. That the media got it twisted. He said it earlier when he's talking about Matt the lawyer. Matt the lawyer also told him that they were only supposed to be allegedly person of interest, and that the media got it twisted. That's what he's saying now.
Okay.
That was the media that fucking got that twisted.
Excuse me, named suspect.
Can't hear you very good, Stacey, and I think it's because you've got your things in.
He actually just said it again. I didn't even catch that. I'm not a named suspect. Yes, you are. Named suspect. Stacey with the girl middle name, Wondra.
I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Oh, now he's got to have some audio issues, conveniently. Let's skip forward just a little bit.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Let us know if you can hear both of them, please, in chat. And then I'm just going to hand over the stage to both of you guys.
He's not even just a person of interest. He is a named actual suspect.
Correct, and he's not been cleared by law enforcement. None
Correct.
of them have.
Yep.
So, Stacey, why did you contact law enforcement and say that you gave that tip about Michael being buried in your backyard?
I never contacted them. It was when they had approached me at about the 5th interview that I had with them. After telling them the same exact statement that I've given them the last 4 times.
I've been trying to put like a timeline of everything together. Like from your recollection of that day with what I've seen you do with the internet with YouTube creators and stuff. I've tried to watch all of them, and you talk about your timelines and everything, and then you've discussed about your timeline with law enforcement. I'm just curious because you're stating all these different times in all these different people, these different people's interviews. I'm sorry, you have to forgive me right now. I'm very, very sick. My mental fog is absolutely hell. And honestly speaking with you is
Not easy.
No, sir, it is not easy.
I don't believe you. I mean, I don't blame you. Like, Brandi, I've been trying to talk to you for like a minute, and I know it's taken a lot.
Stacey, you cut out.
Sorry.
There you go.
Like, I know it's not easy talking to me, Brandi, and it's not, it's never gonna be easy talking to me because and all you've heard is my videos that I've done with either law enforcement or done on YouTube, but I've never directly spoken with you. Like, I need you to know, Brandi, I didn't have anything to do with your little boy. Nor did Sarah, and nor did Brandon. we would never allow ourselves to be involved or play a part in something as serious as like this, let alone like, yeah, I have a felony history, but guess what? My felony history doesn't pertain to sex offense crimes. I have 2
Now, I don't know if it means anything, but what he just said there.
federal,
Yeah.
let alone a part
Okay, hold on.
in something as serious as like this, let alone like, yeah, I have a felony history, but guess what? My felony history doesn't pertain to sex offense crimes.
My felony history doesn't pertain to sex offense crimes.
Right.
How does he know? No,
Who's called Michael's case a sex offense crime?
Yeah.
It's always been a disappearance and then an abduction. Those are the terms that have been used by law enforcement.
He's currently in a shelter again, Brandon, but I'm not sure where. Yeah. Yeah, he pretty much just did. Yeah, that's kind of concerning, is it not?
I have 2 federal gun charges and 4 state felonies, 1 in Idaho and 3 in Oregon. Like, I want your boy to be found just as much as everybody else does. It's not fair. And I wish that.
Yes, Renee, you're so right. And thank you for being here. He tells on himself many times when he talks about the gun that really gave him away, in my opinion. Yes, that interview in which he said that gun was never used in this. Yeah. How did he know that? Or he said a gun. He said a gun. Yeah. Was never used. Interesting.
That, you know, that he could be brought back to be reunited with you because that's what you deserve. I wish that I could magically make him come back for you. Like I hurt every day because I feel for you guys. And if I could make some fucking magic happen, I would. If I could fucking automatically just play the the psychic detective, I would. I don't have anything to give you, Brandi. And I'm sorry you're suffering, and I'm sorry you're sick. I wish you didn't have to be sick because it's not fucking fair. Huh?
I'm asking Brandi if she's there.
I'm down in Porto Rico. But tonight and tomorrow. Okay. I cannot run out.
Do you have any more questions?
Brandi, you can ask me any questions you want.
You want me to have something?
I can only give you the truth and everything that I've said before. There's no difference to it. I wish I had answers to give you directly other than what you have already said.
Oh, I got kicked. Ah,
Yeah, poor Brandi.
I'm behind it. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
I can hear you.
What is that?
Why do I have another Brandi Neal trying to pop up?
Yeah, I don't like that reference to the magical stuff either. Like,
yeah,
I don't know why that bothers me, but the continued, I wish I could magically bring him back. I wish I could, get some magic. I wish I was a psychic detective and could figure it all out for you. None of that sits well with me either. Somebody brought that up in chat. I don't know what it is about that. But I think it goes to the kind of detaching from it a little bit, same as not being able to say Michael's name.
Yep. He only said his name one time in this whole interview, and most of the time it's always that boy, or to her it's your boy.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. Like you don't know his name, Stacey.
Hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Drop that other one.
Drop the other one. Okay. Hold on a second.
You had a pastor. I thought
Here we go. All right, you're there and we can hear you now.
Good point, Sammy.
Somebody got people talking in the background. Is that your house, Brandi?
No, it's me. I'm out in the shelter.
Oh, okay. I know you're having a hard time talking, Brandi, and I'm sorry.
Brandi, it's okay. You can ask me your questions when you're ready. I will answer everything as honestly with an honest answer. But ask him when you're ready.
Spoiler alert. When she does start asking questions, it's, I don't have anything to give you. I don't have anything to give you.
First, I was saying just go in there and ask him to oh, he's probably somebody probably requested it.
I personally can't imagine what she was thinking and going through in this moment, And Shannon's right. She has all the right to want to yell and scream all she wants, and her composure she has in that is a lot. And honestly, it angers me even more, him dismissing her. Exactly. She's sick. She's got brain fog. She says that. And she's still fighting for her little boy. Man.
Is there anything that you have to say maybe about Adrian or anything and his involvement in all this, or anything
I can't. All I know is that Adrian was the only one left home that night. Hold on a second.
Are you still there, Mama?
White hair, part of period. I don't know.
No, she dropped out.
She came right back up though. Hold on. And now is when I think she got her composure now.
So there's a little bit of voice going on in the background.
Okay. Am I echoing?
No.
Nope, you're not echoing.
Okay.
Take a few deep breaths, Brandi. We know that it's hard. We know.
You can ask me any questions you want, Brandi. You can ask me anything you want, and I'm only going to give you the truth.
Sure.
To Brandi Smith. You don't want to bring it up fast.
Why are you lying? Who are you lying to? Me or law enforcement or the world?
I'm not lying to anybody. I haven't lied, Brandi. And that's the thing. Like, I don't have, nor have I had any involvement with something like this. Like,
however, not all of it is.
Your boy deserves to come home to you. And I want nothing more than for him to come home to you and your family. Yeah, I'm on the video. Sorry.
Knowing what she knows, she probably knows a lot more than any of us,
Right.
Knowing what she knows, her having to sit there and hold her composure is really powerful. It really is.
Absolutely.
I can only give you what I've given law enforcement, what I have given the world of YouTube. I wish that I could give you something more. I wish that I could be a psychic fucking detective or an investigator that could just tell you who's responsible for this. What I can tell you is it wasn't me. And it
Ugh. I wanted to stop and highlight this. This is a really good comment. Opal says, and hello, Opal, how are you doing? Just a gentle reminder, you are appreciated. Don't ever give up on yourself and don't listen to others who give up on you. I love that. Thank you.
That's really nice.
Everybody, yeah. I'm going to go back and write that down and stick it on my mirror. I love that.
Oh, Opal, are you the one that put out the song that Brandi shared today that we put in the group for Michael? There was a really beautiful song that Brandi shared to me from somebody named Opal today that was just amazing. Yes, it was you.
She did the
Okay.
song.
Oh, I'll have to send it to you. So yes, it was. I put it in the. I shared it in the monkey group. Brandi sent it to me. It was. It made us both cry. So sweet.
Aw.
So touching.
I want to hear it. I want to hear it. If you can figure out a way to send it to me. I'm on Discord, but I don't do anything in there. I'll send you my Discord name. I don't like Discord. They don't call it Discord for nothing, I always say.
Right. Excuse me.
Opal says you can use it for anything you like. Awareness is key. I love that.
wasn't
It's the
Sarah, and it
sweetest
wasn't
song.
Brandon.
It had all after his surgery. To bring up a big portion of it, that need a big portion.
You're stating right now that it was not you, nor Brandon, nor Sarah, nor Adrian?
I can't speak on Adrian's behalf. Adrian was the only one that was home at night.
That's got the most iron that it's.
But I also know that Adrian did not have access to any of our vehicles. We don't never left our vehicles or the keys available to him. Say it again.
They steam it with steam off the iron. Steamed off all the.
He didn't hear that last question.
Yeah, Sammy, the only criticism that I could ever possibly give you, because I just adore you, is I wish you would have told Stacey to mute his ass when he wasn't talking, because it was really hard to hear Brandi sometimes, you know. But he doesn't have any self-awareness. He didn't consider the feelings or needs of anybody else. Anyway, he wasn't going to think of it. And I didn't even think of it towards the end of the interview. I was like, oh, wait, he could have muted, you know?
Yeah,
Might have helped
same.
a little bit, but I don't think he would have actually taken the time or had enough of a care in his black soul to do that. But, yeah. Aw. Brandy's saying thank you for the song, Opal.
Oh yeah, I just sent it to you in text.
Oh, I saw that. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, you'll cry.
Opal, is it all right if I play it on here on my phone in a little bit? Maybe I'll do that at the end. I can't wait to hear it.
Brandi, could you repeat yourself?
I'm sorry. Is this better?
It's fine. It's just loud because there are a lot of people talking at the shelter where Brandi is at.
You say you can't speak for Adrian.
I don't know what I will be.
Okay. Does Sarah take insulin?
Yes, she's insulin dependent.
Oh, can I get some? There's nothing but cooked seed.
How come Sarah said you buried Michael in the backyard?
Put in a little bit of ranch.
How come what?
Or get
Sarah said you buried Michael in the backyard.
Just like she said that her name was Stacey in court. Just like she said that the most highest God told me that Stacey did it. Just like the most highest God told me that he was buried in Carson's backyard. Does any of her fucking statements make sense?
Stacey, I know you're watching. How dare you cuss at this woman, you piece of crap?
Because I'm pretty sure, Brandi, that I have told the same fucking, given the same statement, given everything. And it's never, and I literally, when I've done the podcasting, that my information may not be 100% to the T, as this is almost a 3.5-year-old case.
1,240 days to be exact.
Okay. And I'm sorry that it's been that long. You should not have to go through what you're going through, Brandi. And I'm sorry that you are.
I think he's about to mention Tyler here, and it pissed me off. You're not sorry. Stacey, you're not sorry.
I'm sorry that you're suffering. Hell no. What is this? A fat kid joke? Okay, get away. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Oh, well, no, go with the deflection. Were Sarah and Adrian making fake girl accounts to get, how do I say this? YouTube politically correct? Ladies of the night. How does that work? Yeah, is that okay, Sam?
Yeah. You say anything you want to, Mama.
Did you know about that, Stacey? Did you know Sarah and Adrian were making false accounts to get working women?
No, no, I did not. But I also know that Adrian had approached Sarah and said that he said that if you help me create fake accounts, that I'll pay you a percentage. And I remember telling Sarah specifically, don't fucking do it.
So you didn't have any involvement in them setting up fake accounts to
No.
guys
And I told
rob
no,
them
no,
because
not
they're
at all.
smarter than you?
Not at all. I wouldn't allow myself with that.
They didn't set that up? Oh, but so you knew that they were setting it up, but because
Oh, thank you for explaining that, Brandi. I wasn't going to say what I was thinking, because I was going a whole different route with my train of thought with that comment. I was like, does she know something about a needle found, or maybe, maybe they injected him with insulin to make him pass out? That's what I was thinking. That's where my mind was going. Like, what is she asking about insulin for?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so she used that as an excuse. I gotcha. Wow.
No, no.
They were smarter than you, Adrian and Sarah were, that they were going to do it to rob these people so you guys had money?
No, and we never, to my knowledge, the only income that we were getting, Brandi, was from our taxi, from doing taxi rides. There's a reason Aero Express got put out of business because of their pricing and how they were out charging people. There's a reason we were the only taxi company in Fruitland.
Yeah, I highly doubt that. But isn't it true that they would pick up somebody and say your fare is going to be, $50, and then get them somewhere and double it or something? Where did I hear that?
That's the rumor around town. That's what they were known for. Besides also picking people up and taking them home and allowing them to stay. But I find this interesting that Stacey's all, I told Sarah don't do this. I told her not to do this. This is Sarah's fucking house. Sarah
Right.
did what Sarah wanted to do with who Sarah wanted to do it with, and he has admitted that in other interviews.
Yep.
Sarah participating in the financial schemes of Adrian is not something that he's going to be able to stop.
And he has a lot of room to talk anyway. He was the one that went and got that PPP loan or whatever it was called for quite a bit of money. And I think it was Sammy who went over this, where they were going around and ordering iPads and devices and then selling them with no intention to pay back the loan, if I remember that correctly. He was running his own scams. So,
oh yeah,
I
he,
know,
you know,
yeah.
I mean, even locally, wasn't it hot mess when he was with her helping, being her roommate for a few days, told her he could help get her gas filled up because he's really good at getting money out of people. So they just had to go to a gas station and he'd be able to, talk people into filling up her gas tank for her.
I couldn't imagine doing that ever. Jeez.
Between Fruitland, Ontario. Like, that was our source of income.
That was the only. What happened? Oh, the lube company.
The lube company didn't work out specifically because Arturo Rojas, or whatever the fuck his name is.
Mm-hmm.
You cut out, Stacey. Oh, there you are.
I'm right here. I'm sorry.
Excuse me, I got blow my.
No, like Arturo Rojas was the owner of the Looks New, the detail building that we were renting a shop bay out of. And in our contract agreement that we assigned.
I just want to point out something that I knew from talking with him myself. He, on his photo roll, it also showed that, because he had sent me 2 screen recordings. And I didn't put out all of it on my channel for reasons. But there was a part on there that showed that the next day after he got out of jail, the very first place he went was to that location of the that lube shop that he rented out, and it was bulldozed down. It was gone. The whole thing's gone. And I find that very interesting that he took a drive over to that location when he didn't rent from it or anything anymore. They'd already kicked him out long time ago. So why did he go over there? Why did he go over there? And he mentions in one of these interviews about having a fight with the landlord's daughter when she came in and found him using the sprayers on the floor. And something about that just is eating at me a little bit. Like, what happened?
Hair curlers and crime says most people use Uber or Lyft. I wanted to address that because that's been mentioned a lot. I don't think Uber and Lyft even exist over in Fruitland Payette, Ontario. I would have to actually go check my Uber app and see if I could, because I don't even know if I think they have DoorDash, but I don't know that Instacart is even over there. So some of these things, there still is local taxi companies, but by no means was Stacey and Sarah's Faith Taxi the only taxi company over there. There's been taxi companies over there for a long time.
Yeah, Opal says the power washer story sat funny with her too. Yeah, it's kind of weird. There was a fight over him using the equipment inside and he was washing something. What was going on there? Makes me want to look up these people. For sure. I don't know, just something about that just kind of made me go, wait, what?
Yeah.
And then he drove over there to the location when he got out of jail. Pretty strange. I wonder what he was checking out.
It said that he would allow us to use the air compressor that was set up in there and the wash bay system to be able to spray off the concrete inside the shop so that we didn't leave oil stains.
Yeah,
oil stains. Is it in this interview that he mentions fluids? Did he just say fluids? I was reading chat. But
I don't think so.
I don't think they even, I believe he told me they didn't even do any actual business there. They didn't even do anything there.
No, that's what
So
also
why would
made it
he
very
need,
shady. It was just, a shell of a business front.
exactly. Something about that, you guys. I'm telling you, there's something weird with that story.
We know.
And we had it, and when his daughter had come in there doing an inspection and coming to talk to us, I had the air compressor going and she threw a fit about it. And then it caused a huge conflict with her and her dad. And we just decided that, look, like, we're not going to do this. Like, we had an agreement. It was in the contract that you would allow us to use the air compressor and the stuff in the shop until we were able to get our own air compressor and get it on our feet. And so that's the reason we had moved out of that shop. We've also had a company called Wander's Mechanic and Repair.
Mm-hmm.
And that
They didn't move out of the shop. Stacey himself told me they got kicked out. There was a big fight over it, and he lost a month's
So
rent.
it would be interesting to see what really happened. I don't know if we'd ever
Yeah.
find out, but what they were really caught doing. Because what I kind of picked up from that is they got caught doing something by the daughter, and she took it to the father, and it was enough to get them evicted from the building. So whatever she saw was not good.
Yeah. Before I'm going to get to your question in just a second there, hair curlers and crime. I'm going to get to this one first. Shannon says, my husband is listening with me and just asked, are they the ones that were arguing out front when they came to pick a customer up from the bar? And for him to remember, that definitely is something. Does that ring a bell with you?
No, I don't. That they were arguing out in front when they came to pick up a customer.
Sorry, that one doesn't
No,
ring a
but
bell
that
with
just could
me.
be something that he said though, because Stacey has given, again, he overshares as we've learned and gives new information every time he talks. So there could have been some point where he talked about picking up a customer and seeing something like that, and I'm just not familiar with it.
Brandi, are there Ubers and Lyfts there in Fruitland? And Hair Curlers and Crime ask, as I don't know at all, did they get a warrant and do forensics on all their cars?
Yes. Brandi responded to that in chat and said yes, that they did do
Oh,
forensics.
okay. That was her yes. Okay, gotcha. They could have still had access to that building if the locks weren't changed. The whole thing was bulldozed shortly after this to the ground. It's gone. Yeah, I don't know. I think somebody needs to go maybe check it out. I don't know. Something, I don't know. You just get these little things that kind of, make the hairs on your arm stand up.
that was only a temporary thing because I just, I didn't want
So you had all of these. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but you had all of these businesses that you tried to get to work, right? I want to know more about this plan to setting up fake accounts and pretending to be women.
Here's the thing. So I can't give you more than what I can tell you right now.
You can't tell me about how Adrian.
No. Like what I'm telling you is I don't know anything other than Adrian when he first came in to stay with me.
The foundation and stuff is still there, but the whole building and everything's gone. Yeah. If you pull it up on Google Earth, it shows just a slab. So I wonder what happened with that. Okay, Brandi says, we just got Uber Lyft over here. Think we do have DoorDash, but that just happened in the last couple of years. Okay. So it's pretty new there. I don't know what I would do without Uber. I really don't. Kind of like you're my 13-year-old.
Right, so they just got it. So Uber would not have existed for anyone in the community back then in 2021. Just the local cab companies.
Okay.
Had approached Sarah and said, hey, I'm trying to find a way to make some money. I have an idea that we could create some fake accounts as women and get money from people. And I specifically told Adrian and Sarah, I said, no, you guys shouldn't be doing this shit. That's illegal, number one. And number two, it's not right to take from people.
Okay.
And I specifically told Adrian because he claimed that he got disability or fucking workers' comp out of the state of New York somehow or some way. Because the whole deal was when we agreed to let him stay with us, it was, oh, I'll pay you, I'll pay you $250 a week to rent out that room.
Yes, he claims that.
A week? So $250. Wait.
So it was going to be $1,000 a month. Really?
$1,000 a month to rent a room in that house in Fruitland, Idaho. Really?
And actually, it was just the couch, wasn't it? Didn't he say he slept on the couch? I mean, come on.
I just caught that. $250 a week. Damn.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Damn, bro.
Yeah, sure. My son rented out his couch basically for $100 a week, and he thought that was amazing.
Right. And I've seen things like that. So as the Airbnb and Uber type apps have coming up, there's like a couch surfing one, so you can travel and couch surf.
Hi, Jane. Welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, he does. He makes everything about himself. All the time. Oh, yes. Now I remember. Yeah, it had been bulldozed. Remember? Yes, we had thought it was burned to the ground. Yes, I remember that now. Yep. Thank you for reminding me.
We're like, okay. And then when the first week came, and because he's like, oh, I get paid this such and such day. I forget what day it was. He's like, when I get paid this day, I'll give you guys $250. Well, that day came, and he's like, oh, my money didn't hit. And then we're like, okay, well, we're just going to add it on to, what you owe us for this week. Well, then the next week. I'm sorry. I apologize for being,
Thank you,
swearing.
Stacey.
I don't mind the swearing. Absolutely not. We know why you have a stickler, but if it's bothering other people, definitely.
I know, and I apologize, guys. I'm sorry for the words. Brandi, I can't give you.
Go ahead. I really want to. I hear more about Adrian and his time with you guys, because I want to understand more of this. Was that okay? I'm sorry. Please continue. Finish what you were stating about how Adrian didn't pay you the $275, and then the next week you were at the next week. I'm sorry.
So after the second week came, he was like, "Oh, well, I can only give you $150." Well, it became a repetitive pattern. And see, when Adrian, so Adrian was a quote unquote taxi ride that Sarah had taken the call, and when Adrian had called her, and this is what Sarah told me, that Adrian had called her and said that he was going through a hard time. He was staying in Caldwell behind some fucking dumpster or whatever he claimed. And Sarah had asked me, so she goes, so I wanted to talk to you. She goes, I have this taxi customer that had called that, is going through a hard time. He's down and out, and she goes, I wanted to talk to you about possibly helping out with a place to stay. And I told Sarah specifically, I said, you know how I feel about this. I said, yes, I don't have a problem helping somebody out. I said, but we have been burned on multiple accounts from helping people out. And I told Sarah that it was not a good idea. I did not feel good about it in my gut. But I told her, I was like, look, I said, you're going to do what you want to do. I'm not trying to argue.
Okay.
So if you bring him here, then bring.
Yeah, she's going to do what she wants to do because it's her house.
He can't tell her what to do. He's trying to just play the, I'm the husband, I'm the man. And I was saying this to her because I didn't like it. Because if I didn't like it from the beginning, then I'm the one that was right all along.
Yeah.
But all along, Sarah is going to do what Sarah wants with her house. She's going to rent it out to who she wants. She's going to bring anyone over that she wants. And she's going to have any kind of, arrangement with them that she wants. And if they're not paying their rent and she's wanting a baby, she's going to get what she wants. They were doing all kinds of scams together that she was participating in with him.
And I personally don't think that he minded as much as he's trying to claim that he minded. I think
he profited from it, I'm sure.
Yeah, because he was running his own scams as well.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't innocent, Stacey. Stop.
Bring him here.
Okay.
Well,
Well,
the first date,
let me cut you off right there because I don't want my brain to get muffled right now.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
So let's go to that day that Adrian brought up this.
The fake profile.
Yeah. Did Adrian come the same day that Michael was taken?
No, Adrian had come I think he was at our house for at least 2 months.
2 months before then. When was the time that he brought up the
day he came to stay with us? It was that night.
Because
we were trying to confirm with him. We were basically trying to vet him because he was claiming how he got employment benefits from New York, but then his story didn't match up to me. I just didn't get it. I was like, how do you get employment benefits from another state when you don't even live in that state? It just didn't make sense to me. And then when he approached the question about saying, hey, there's a way we can make money, he had asked Sarah. He didn't ask me. He had asked Sarah, and I was in the room. And he had asked and said, hey, would you be willing to help me if, create some fake profiles and we can make money off of people? And I specifically.
He's totally trying to distance himself from this crime. They weren't just making money off people.
He didn't ask me. He asked Sarah.
Uh-huh. And they weren't going to make money off of people. This was to create fake accounts as women of the night, to lure men to them and then rob them. That's what the plan was. And you can bet your butt he knew all about it and went right along with it. He's that scummy.
They told Sarah, and I looked at her and I said no. And I looked at Adrian too, and I said no. I said, I'm not okay with this. I said, that's not okay to take from people. Or is it okay to create a fake account just so you can bank off of somebody and create, a false prostitution ad?
Oh my God.
False prostitution ad.
Yeah.
Right there.
Uh-huh.
Creating false prostitution ads. luring these suckers in. I think they're going to come meet up with someone. Catfishing. That's what they're doing. And that's what Adrian does. Adrian's got so many goddamn social profiles out there. It's unbelievably difficult to try. Oh, Brando, he slipped.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and he's about to get Carson on his butt too. I wonder if Carson has heard what he just says here coming up about Sarah and a pew-pew.
Account. I said, I'm not okay with that. And I told them that, and I told them my boundary.
Wow.
And from that point on, I don't know what happened.
So let me get this clear. So the night that you met Adrian, and he came to live with you guys, he proposed this to you all.
Correct.
Okay. And then, so he continued to stay with you, and this was 2 months prior to Michael being
your boy's disappearance.
His abduction, correct.
This little exchange right here also made me want to come through the screen at this man. She says Michael's name, and he says, your boy. Yeah, when he went missing. And then she corrects him, his abduction. He won't even say it.
Nope. Detachment.
Total detachment. Yeah, Stacey, we know you're watching. Please tell Brandi where Sweet Michael is located. Please. And yes, sounds like a total trap house to me too. Ugh.
So I'm sorry. If I got the chance to speak to you, I'm trying to go off. I have a list of things I want to ask, and I'm trying to.
Brandi, ask anything you want.
Taking breaths.
I'm an open book.
It's okay, Brandi. We totally get it. It's got to be like the hardest thing in the world. Plus, we know that you're sick, and I don't know if you know it or not, Stacey, but I don't know if it's the medicine or her illness or whatever.
I know.
Kind of.
I've been praying for her. I want you to know that.
Let's
well, she loses train of thought. So
yeah, let's get back on track because once.
I have no words. He's been praying for her. Then tell her the truth.
She's not just sick. You know, she's publicly stated what it is. She's got a very far along stage liver disease. Her liver is failing. Her liver is dying.
Yeah.
She is dying if she doesn't get a new liver. Her liver is not going to come back from where it's at. So, you know, she's not just sick and needing Stacey's fucking prayers. Okay, she is dying and needs to know where her son is now.
I think she's going to get a liver transplant. She's going to be okay.
Oh, we're going to get that liver, but her liver is dying. She needs a new one. She's not going to just
help me out here. There's some organs that people who are healthy can just, go donate to somebody, right? Is liver one of them?
No.
Liver's one of them, right?
No, you can't live without your liver.
I mean, I thought maybe they could take part of it.
You could live without one of your kidneys.
Kidneys, that's what it. Yes, okay.
Yeah. So if you were a matching donor for her and it was a kidney she needed, you could give a kidney and you could still live your life with one kidney. But no, you can't live without your liver. Yeah. It is definitely, but she's got to go through like a prerequisite list of steps of things that have to be done, like seeing a heart specialist and seeing different doctors before she goes to Utah to get that liver. So she's got to, get better to a certain degree before she can have that liver. So
she's a strong lady. I think she can do it. Oh God.
Yes. And she's got a great team of support around her. I just saw her this week, and, they're all working together to get things in line to help her, get this new liver and get better. But it's not going to be, I have a friend that locally that just had a liver transplant. It's kind of crazy. He just hit his 1 year mark, and he's still not working full time. So it's a very long road. It's going to be a long
road. Yeah.
So she said to me today in message, like, I need to know where my son is now. I can't go anymore. I can't do this anymore. Just today in message, like she is sick because of this situation. Her body is breaking down because you guys took her child. And
you guys
didn't bring him back and aren't saying where he's at. So,
yeah, I mean, I wish I could appeal to some human part of him.
Me too, and that's why I talk about how sick she is, because I hope that maybe they think about their own moms being that sick and how they would feel if it was their own mother that would need a liver or potentially not, and if they had to think about their grandma that was having an organ fail. I mean, it's scary. It literally is, life and death situation. That's what she's having to push through. And, yeah, you want to talk about strength. My God, if there's anyone that's going to do it, it's going to be her. We got to get her that liver and get her well, but she can't, it's the balancing of both that's hard. It's this balancing of being sick and taking care of herself and taking care of everyone else and trying to find her child when these assholes are out here playing these stupid online games and lying and making up stories when you guys are the reason that she's ill.
Yep.
And I didn't know that, Callie, that you can live with part of a liver. I'm learning, Callie Dime, about the liver through Brandi. So I didn't know that you could live with part of a liver. So yeah, I guess there's that too. But science is amazing. And yeah, my
Yes,
friend
it
that
is.
had the liver transplant, he ironically, same doctor that Brandi has. And this guy is like the most phenomenal transplant doctor. So the team that she has is top notch. And my friend just, like I said, hit his 1 year, successful transplant point. And we know that's going to be Brandi.
Absolutely. I claim that in the name of Jesus for her. I do. All right. So Ink's Hideout. Hi. Welcome. Good to see you. Ink's Hideout said why he needed to finish what Brandi was saying. Yeah. And Opal says, Brandi, if nobody told you today, you matter. So proud of you.
She's so strong.
I'm trying to catch up with comments before I continue.
Oh yeah, no, I wasn't either till I looked down and saw Callie's statement about living with part of a liver, which I think is really interesting.
Thank you guys for updating us on that. I wasn't sure.
So like a chia pet. Well, I just know that they said hers
here.
is done.
Grief destroys you from the inside out. Yeah.
Yeah, she's and definitely this is also a testament to, we always hear about cortisol hormone and stress and our gut. And this is definitely what the stress of having Michael abducted has done to her body.
Hi, middle fingers up. How are you doing? Let's see. Regenerative. Okay. She's got this, Purple says. Yeah.
Oh, she does. She's got the most amazing medical team and support. It's just heartbreaking to watch after we've watched this family suffer for so long and have these individuals, whatever we want to call them.
These pieces of shit, let's just call it what it is.
These kidnappers, because they don't want to come forward and have their names cleared or, go through the same process that the family has and get their names cleared. So I guess they like being called kidnappers. Purple's aunt just went through it and is doing amazing. Brandi is strong. Yes.
We will get Brandi.
That's what I told her today when she sent that message and was just like, oh, I can't. I was like, you will and you can.
You can and you will.
We're here and we are linking arms like we've always done, right? We link arms and carry them through.
She will. She'll get him back. I know we just can't give up on keeping his face out there, keep telling the story, keep calling these liars out, keep the pressure on. And one of them's going to have to speak. One of them's going to have to tell the truth. So from here, it starts to get a little heated. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Right there. So I'm going to keep playing here. And thank you again, everybody. If you haven't hit that like button, please do for me. I appreciate you very much for being here with me. And also with Lana. Thank you.
It goes. And it's really hard and it's embarrassing for me because then...
It's okay. And I want you to know I've been praying for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And it sounds like to me, Stacey, Adrian is
Oh, I know what. That's what I'm.
maybe a pretty bad guy, and it sounds like he got
Well,
you
and
guys.
that's what I told Sarah, because that's exactly what I told Sarah after we went to bed that night. I said, I literally approached her and I said, "Are you fucking serious?" I'm sorry. I said, "Are you serious right now?"
Mm-hmm.
I said,
Did you say I'm fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Were those the exact words? Like, I want the.
No, I literally told her, I was like, "Are you serious? Like, this is like," I said, and I told her, like, I can't remember the exact wording. Okay, like I said, we're talking, almost 3 years. So what I do know is that I did have that conversation with her when we were in the bedroom. And I told her, I said, "That's not okay."
Okay.
I said, and I asked her, I said, "Doesn't it throw red flags at you that this dude's trying to sit there and try to hustle money off people?"
So did that cause like an argument? I mean,
not with me per
did it get
se.
heated between you and Adrian at all?
It caused tension. I mean, I had set my guard up against Adrian to start, especially after approaching that question.
I would assume so. Yeah. I mean,
Because that's not okay with me. Like, we're sitting here trying to run a successful taxi business, and we got this guy that we have a heart. I didn't want to have the heart, but I had a heart because Sarah wanted to have the heart. And that's the only reason. I was like, you know what? You're going to do what you do. If you bring him here, I can't, I didn't want to argue with her. Like, Sarah and I had enough problems. And so I didn't want to cause any more tension between us by raising an argument or a stiff. And I didn't like fighting with her. It got nowhere.
So, of course, since you guys, the four of you, Adrian, Brandon, and Sarah, have been named suspects in the abduction of my son, Michael Joseph Vaughan, I have looked into a lot of things. I court documents.
Yes, I totally agree. Middle fingers. Absolutely. He had no feelings in this, but for himself. How can he be innocent and as selfish as he was to Brandi? And then right here, ink. His story would never change, but there are so many stories and timelines. Yep. Stacey, this is for you. You didn't have a heart, Stacey. Never. If you did, you would allow a family to have their heart broken. You wouldn't allow a family to have their heart broken every day and their child is at home. Yep. Get out the little violins.
What was the domestic violence involved in that Adrian was involved in July of 2021? I believe it was July 24th, 2021. So he would have been living with you at that time.
I have no knowledge of any domestic violence. When we started getting so initially when law enforcement when your boy had gotten abducted, when the police department and the detectives had came and done.
His name is Michael Vaughan.
I just want to scream every time. Every time
Yeah.
I'm just like, Michael, monkey. I mean, at least say monkey if you can't, something.
Yeah. I mean, I can imagine just not using the person's name. Oh, God. He said he never went and searched either, which is a total lie.
But he says Brandi's name every other word. He's calling her by her name, but he is not speaking of Michael as a person.
No, he's not. He's not.
With everybody. One of the when the detectives got done like meeting with everybody within our household, I believe it was Juanita or Anita or whatever her name is, had came and told us, that you guys know that Adrian's a known human trafficker. And I was like, what? Because here's we don't do background checks on the, you know what I mean? Like, we didn't we're Christian people, like we felt like helping people was what God wanted us to do. So what would be the point? Maybe, definitely in the future, if this ever, were to help somebody out, yeah, I'm going to vet everybody. I'm going to do background checks, but that's that wasn't even a thought in our head. You know what I mean? And so, give me 1 second.
I just wanted to let you know, Brandi, that Purple did try to come into chat, but since I told Stacey that you were the only one that was going to be up here, and I don't want him to get scared off, that I didn't add her to the chat. So
I appreciate it. Everybody understand that I am speaking to Mr. Wondra on my own free will. I want answers. I want questions answered. I need to know who's lying. I want to know why Stacey knew my name.
Like a horse's ass. Well, because I know what you'll want to do.
hold on 1 second. Stacey, could you try to put your ear things in? Oh, he muted so you could talk, Brandi. There we go. Thank you.
So
thank you.
In California, it was
And I just want to say, I think it was perfectly appropriate, and I'm sure Purple understood that, you know, she didn't want her up there. She was just wanting to sit by her friend, you know. I get that too.
Oh yeah, she was so
support for her.
fired up for
I saw her in the
things that he was
chat.
saying, and she just wanted to be up there to
Uh-huh.
support and protect Brandi in all the
Mhm.
ways that she does.
Yep.
Because that's Purple.
Yep.
The domestic charges, excuse me, for Adrian, or not charges, the June 24th, 2020, July 24th, excuse me, 2021, it was in California. So if he was living with you in July, here in Idaho, how was he involved in the domestic dispute in California?
I do have a question about that for Brandi, if she's possibly listening and could even say. I do know that in a lot of cases, something that could have happened, you know, months before it finally gets charged, you know, maybe this is something that happened months before, or was this something where the offense took place on that date? I'm just kind of curious about that.
I
for my
haven't.
own.
Yeah, I hope she answers in chat, but I think if I'm remembering correctly from what she's told me, it happened that day.
Okay.
But I'll wait for her to clarify so I'm not
That
getting
is
it mixed
weird,
up.
huh?
Well, if it did, well, the thing is that Adrian allegedly was, you know, hopping around like he does now. You know, he originally had done some college time in Twin Falls, so he's got the connection to the Pope twins and Alexi and, you know, a lot of these other names that have been dropped and brought up in various ways. And he does have all the connections, nasty connections that Stacey's talking about. But so does Stacey, you know, so as we already went over.
I need
but
to
at
get
this
with
time,
Sammy.
I think he did, you know, from what I understand, come to the Fruitland community as what Stacey said for a couple of months before Michael's abduction. I think that part is true. And I know that he flew out, you know, was a family member bought him a ticket August 20th, 2021 from Boise to LA. So that's when he left Fruitland. But
Okay.
between that, I think there is some alleged traveling around
I
that was
gotcha.
taking place.
Hey, Will B, how are you? Okay. So I need to get with Sammy on something I just thought of. There were 2 other adults living in the house that were arrested shortly after Stacey and Sarah. I need to go back through my old notes on that and give her those names and see what she can find on them. Because they had the same address. It was the exact same address as Stacey and Sarah, but they were arrested shortly after. And I never dug into it more. This is so strange. And I wonder if it's any of those people that she brought up or if it's somebody else. I didn't really recognize the names from what she had up. While I continue to play this, I'm going to see if I can find that real quick.
3 days prior to Michael's abduction.
That's a great question, because I never knew anything about him having any domestics or any open cases in any other state. Again, we never did background checks.
Well, no. I'm seeing you. I'm saying to you right now. You see how this sounds like a lie, because you're saying Adrian lived with you 2 months prior to Michael's abduction.
Yeah, I believe he came in April or May or something like that. It was one of those months. So, and that raises the question too, because he was with us.
So he was with you in Idaho, but got charged in California?
Maybe it was a sentence. Maybe it was a court appear, like a video arraignment.
Okay, Sammy, is there any way? Well, I'm just going to email this to you, okay? And let's see. They were arrested. I have the case numbers and everything. I'll tell you the first names. It was a Fancy and a Samuel. So I'm going to leave this on my taskbar so I can remember to email all this to you. But it shows that Fancy was arrested at the Wondra residence 2 days after Stacey was arrested. It's so weird. And she actually has 2 different last names. So I'll send that to Sammy and see what she can dig up on that.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
Okay, here we go. I just wanted to say that before I forgot. I have ADHD. I have
Same.
like I have all these notepads with all these notes and links and stuff, and then I have I buy legal pads in bulk, and I've got like several interviews on this one, and then I'll switch over and put some more on this one. I have all these tabs, and it's just and I still can't find what I'm looking for half the time. When I need it, you know what I mean? Here we go.
Yep.
Or a video sentencing, because a lot of times they do that. I don't know. Like I don't know anything about it.
Okay. Well, that's just one of the things that popped up. It's been kind of stuck in the back of my head. Tell me more about the scam that Adrian was trying to run. Isn't that a scam used for human trafficking?
So I don't know. Like I said, I don't know anything other than that he had approached it that night, and I shut it down. So whether he was doing it after, like behind my back, and if Sarah knew something about it, then that's like between them. I cannot speak on that.
Okay, so you don't know if Sarah met any of those men?
No, and like I would have been like I shut that down when she had approached that initially.
Do you know when did he show up in Idaho? The date of the incident.
Will do, Sammy.
I'm trying to remember. Thank you for meeting Stacey. Do you remember how much Adrian said you could make? Did he tell you how much? I'm sorry, was that it was 275 or was there more?
No, so Adrian said that his only source of income was from the New York Department of Labor or whatever it is, from his unemployment benefits. And I never really questioned it too much, because I was like, all right, well, you say you claim that you have this money, or you coming in, okay, that's fine. We couldn't exactly sign him on the lease because it wasn't our house. That would be considered subleasing, which we would have had to gone through Sarah's parents. So we were kind of like, we did talk to Sarah's parents, and let them know, hey, we're helping this person out. He's paying us some money. And then we're like, okay. But we couldn't legally put him on the lease because it wasn't, it would have breached our lease, if you know what I mean.
Okay, so her parents own the house. Do you think they
own the
really even have a
house.
lease?
Exactly. That's just in the way he's stumbling over the story. He's just our lease. Our lease.
Yeah.
It would be illegal to put him on our lease. It would breach our lease. But we're
they
gonna
live
rent
right
the room out for
behind you.
$250. We're gonna rent the room out for you still, $250 a week though. But it's gonna they live right there. like 4 houses, just on the other side of the block, 4 doors down or something. They've got the permit to put that shed down in the yard. Like, they're actively involved in taking care of that home that they purchased for their daughter.
Man. Wow.
Like, and so that's why, when we'd helped him, it was, okay, you say you can pay $275 a month. That's fine. Pay us.
Okay.
But we had no way to vet that or verify that it was actually his income that was coming through.
So maybe you were mistaken about the time that Adrian came. Was he really there for 2 months before, or did he leave and then come back? Did he?
So Adrian had periodically, like, he would, like, one of the stipulations that Sarah, it wasn't so much me, but I sided with Sarah, was that Sarah set the boundary of him not having any females come to the house because all he wanted to do is get his, he wanted to get some. And so we set that stipulation. Look, like, we don't want you having another female, come and stay with you or whatever, or like be in our house, and having to listen to you, whatever. And so he was like,
oh, so instead you would just listen to her.
Again, with the listening to you. Yeah. Again, he didn't like hearing his wife have sex with other men. Like that definitely bothered Mr. Wondra.
I can't even go there in my mind.
that's fine. So Adrian had frequently, like periodically, he would go. I remember he was having, he was seeing this one chick. I don't know what her name was verbatim, but she had drove a gold Cadillac, and she's this preppy girl, like super young. I don't know. I think she had like red hair or something, but like just preppy, like had everything given to her, handed out to her, and like it threw red flags, but he was always constantly like,
yes, I noticed that. He said 250. You're the one that said 275, and then he went with it and went with 275. Like, what? Yeah, that was really good.
Like he was always either going to Caldwell or Napa or Boise, but every time he went, it was he claimed to go see a female, and sometimes it was the same female on different occasions. But he was like, most of the time he wasn't home during the day. He was always out trying to get with some
Mistaken going from to Boise or Nampa from Fruitland is quite a difference to go to California and come back. See where that?
No, and I do, and like I said, if I knew something about him having, domestic violence charges, that would have threw a red flag for me. It would have been like, okay, well, why do you have domestic violence charges? Like, what did you do? Who did you hit? Who did you abuse? Who tried to file charges against you? That would have been a red flag for me.
Okay, so I've heard your statements about Brandon and Sarah being.
You can say it, Brandi.
Being intimate. Did Adrian and Sarah have a sexual relationship?
So I can't confirm like me seeing it. I heard that from L.E. or Detective Keller or whatever, Kellum or whatever her name is. And that's how I learned that. That's also how I learned that she quote unquote said that he was a human trafficker, which I didn't learn that until after, when they were doing the search and stuff like that. So that really, like,
I do know in one of my notes here on one of his interviews, let me see if I can find it really quick. Oh my goodness, I have way too many notes. He had actually said that he told Sarah to have Adrian, he asked her to have him move out because of what was going on between them. But then he also said that he didn't know until police told him.
Right.
Which is
and I don't
where is that?
I don't think at least what I know from other people, from Adrian's family in the area, that the person who bought him the ticket that flew him out August 20th said Adrian left the house due to an explosive fight with Sarah a few days prior. So there definitely was, a blow up amongst all of them that, even Stacey's admitting here, he wanted him out. He didn't want him in the house anymore. Something went down between Sarah and Adrian on or around August 17th that caused him to leave. Yeah.
It was on the January 27th interview with Lauren, Hidden True Crime. At 1 hour in, he said he was tired of hearing Sarah and Brendan have sex, and he also asked Sarah to kick out Adrian because of the same thing. So he knew.
Yeah, he knew.
But now
whether
he
liked it
law
or not,
enforcement told him. Yeah.
No. Yeah, no.
That's just crazy.
No, he knew. This is how Sarah was getting her rent.
Show of hands. Who would actually let some random stranger stay in their house? They had to know Adrian prior to that. Yeah, I bet they did. Yeah, I think you're right. Yep. Oh my goodness, Brandi. I've lived in a police station for the last 3.5 years. Yeah. Hey, you did great. You were absolutely incredible. Like Opal said, my goodness. Yep, amazing job. Right, exactly. DV charges are suspicious, but setting up Johns to rob, that's okay. Yeah. My goodness. Like, what does he needs to recalibrate his moral compass or something, because it's all wonky.
Like, mess with me, mentally, because I'm like, who the hell is this dude? And why is he even in our house?
But, well, how did he get there? Because
Sarah had brought him. And that's what I told you. So when Sarah had called me and said, I have this taxi customer, he's going through a rough time, what do you think about helping him out? And then that's when I told her, I said, you know how I feel about this. We've already been burned time and time again. I said, you're opening up the door to be burned again.
I don't even know if I believe that. I think Shannon's closer on that one. I think she probably knew Adrian before and brought him home. Maybe it was with a fake taxi ride story, but
or it could also have been through social media and his use of social media and how he targets women for his needs and purposes. And at that time, housing was clearly one of those needs. And Sarah's easily manipulated because of her mental limitations and mental health issues. That's a possibility too, that they were talking online for a while.
Do you think that Sarah was actually out doing the taxi rides? Because it sounds to me like it was mostly Stacey.
I think they had enough vehicles to both be doing it if they wanted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jeez. No morals in sight. I get the hiccups over here now.
And then it really set it off
in July.
Say it again.
Why did you go to Montana in July of 2021?
Who?
You and Sarah? Why did you go to Montana? You were in Montana in July 22nd, I believe.
Yeah, no, I had gone to go see my mom and dad.
Oh, okay.
They lived at the time in Belgrade, Montana. And I had actually just was able, because my dad had been very guarded, because I had.
Yes, he did. He said on on this interview, for example, this is the latest one that I listened to. He claimed that, let me get the exact quote here. He said, can't remember which way it is now. I think he said she wanted a baby and he didn't. But then the very night before, he had said that it was her who didn't want the baby and he did. So just, I have no idea what's true with him. I think all of it and none of it at the same time is true. It's just incredibly frustrating to listen to his BS. And at this point, I could feel Brandi kind of getting worked up in this. And let's see, she's about to flip on her camera here. Yeah, right there. So we're almost to the heated portion, the hardest part to watch, honestly. Man.
It hurt him like emotionally pretty bad. And so he had finally like let his guard down enough to allow me to come to the house and see them. And it had already been 2 or 3 years since I had seen them. And so Sarah and I took a trip up there, and that was actually at the same time that my grandma and I took, we had gone to the GMC dealership in Bozeman because I had to go get a key remade for the Blazer that my grandfather had left me before he passed away in 2019.
How long were you in Montana?
We were only there for a couple of days. I think maybe a day or two. And then we had come back because we had to get back to our taxi. So we didn't have much time to really do anything other than, like I said, it was just to go spend some time and catch up with my family.
So Brandon and Adrian were living with you at that time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know a Steve Moylan by chance?
I've never heard that name. That's no. And that's what's like when Samantha was bringing up like that name or what that female name, country or whoever it was or cuz I was like, who the hell is that? I don't know anybody that's blonde.
Cuz or whatever. She says she's known you and Sarah for years. From when I saw the clip of her coming up.
I'd like to put a face to the picture because I don't know anybody by the name Cuz, and I'd like to know what her real name is. Then maybe I can put that to a picture, but I don't know anybody that has blonde hair. And I also know that there's a lot of people that come up and say that they
Who lives in Portland?
Who lives in Portland?
Yeah.
Oh, so Sarah's got so Sarah did prison time in Copper Creek, Oregon prison. So she calls her Mima, who is Kimberly Wright, and she lives in Tigard, Oregon, which is right out. It's like 45 minutes from outside of Port. I think it's 15 or 45 minutes from Portland.
Well, that's quite
and then she also has a friend that she's had for years since like before Sarah went to prison named Sarah Gant. And that's all that's as far as I know, that's the only connects like people that she's close to in Portland. She does have like her foster family that lives in Coos Bay and all around the coast area. But that's all I know. Like I don't
Okay, Brandi, yeah, I get it. I totally get it. Yeah, I don't even want to play that part, honestly. I'm going to get to it quick and get it done. Okay, let's just go ahead and get through this, okay? So it looks like we're at 306. And it goes... Okay.
About the dog.
They were 2 trips about a dog. They went down to Texas to get a dog to bring back to Idaho, as far as the stories go. And they went and did a dog thing over in Oregon. But I haven't heard those things spoken about in quite a long time, the one over in Portland. Everybody just always talks about the one down in Texas.
Okay, so I'm going to skip forward here just a little bit because I just want to get through this. This was super hard to watch. And I mean, as much as I enjoy reviewing things, I just don't like to see her like this. I just don't. So I'm going to speed it up too. All right, let me see where I'm at here.
And that happened right around the same time that Brandon's grandfather passed away.
I really want to know about the trip to Oregon, the trip to Portland. Very, very curious about that. If there's
Here's Stacey. He's back. So you can ask him more about it.
I'm so sorry. I accidentally X'd out of the video on accident.
Don't push
Okay, Amy was only wanting to pay us $200 to go to Grants Pass. And so to deliver the dog. And so I told Sarah, I was like, well, why don't I look on Craigslist and try to find somebody who needs to go under ride shares who's trying to go that way. And there was an ad on Craigslist. I don't forget what this guy's name was, but he had a trailer that needed to be towed because he was trying to get back to his house.
Was that Ricky Strickland? Or do you know?
I do not know, but that name sounds familiar. Definitely.
Yeah, it's one of these rides that he gave. He has the ride on the 27th that supposedly took him by the park and blah, blah, blah. He has no name for that one. And it was paid for in cash. Yeah, sure, Stacey.
I want to say Vancouver. And so we had dropped him off with his trailer in Vancouver and then drove straight to Grants Pass and dropped off the black lab, the puppy that we had dropped off. And then we headed straight back to Boise or to Fruitland.
So you went from
Fruitland to Vancouver. Fruitland to outside Cuna, I believe is where this guy lived. I think it was like, I want to say it was like Eagle Street or something like that. I don't remember exactly verbatim. Where'd you go?
She fell off for a second.
So
can somebody please add the link? It is up at the top. I don't know if the link at the top is working, but can somebody post it down at the bottom?
No, so so we had gone from Fruitland to go pick up this guy. I think it was around the Cuna area, if I remember right. And we picked up this guy and his trailer, and then we headed back towards that's when our trip started. And we went straight from there to we made our stop to Vancouver, dropped him and his trailer off at his house, and then we went straight from there to Grants Pass and dropped off the puppy, and then came back to Fruitland.
Didn't you guys all change phones during that time?
We didn't change phones. We changed phone carrier.
This guy sure is giving a lot of dogs rides all over the place, isn't he? Crazy.
Yeah, because the other one was like a Texas ride or something. I don't know.
It makes no sense at all.
So we had AT&T, and then we went and set up a business account with Verizon.
Got it. Who has the recording studio?
Recording studio?
Yeah.
What are you talking about a recording studio? Nobody's had a recording studio.
You know someone that has a recording studio?
No. Adrian said that he had made YouTube videos in the past, but it wasn't. He never claimed that he had a studio. I don't know anybody that has a music studio or a recording studio at all.
I would love to see this supposed car crash video that they were out filming on July 27th. Somebody has it. If it actually happened, somebody would have it.
I don't believe that they actually were doing that, but Adrian does have a SoundCloud account and mixes music and puts out a lot of imagery, like in still shots and little video clips and things when he mixes his videos together and stuff. So they might have got something, but who knows? It's yet to be seen if it does exist.
Yeah. You would think that would be out there somewhere. For sure. But I love this comment by Opal. So weird. Dog and homeless man taxi service. Yeah, so taxi services will tow your trailer. Yeah, none of it makes any sense. because it's a
And we'll
lie.
take your dog across the country too.
I'm just kind of baffled on all of these places, you know, that you say you were, and the times have changed.
I just have a question.
Yeah.
So, is this like, are these questions that you're asking, Brandi, are they coming from you directly, or are they coming from like law enforcement asking you to ask them?
These ones are questions that
You've come up with?
That I
No, and that's fine. I was just curious. I just, you know what I mean?
What were your questions on your
Polygraph?
Yeah.
So the questions they literally asked me, there's 5 questions. They asked me, is the door shut? Is the light on in the room? What number did I write down on the wall? Not me, but these are literally verbatim what he asked me.
Mm-hmm.
What number did I write down on the wall? And the last 2 were, do you have any knowledge or any information or any involvement in Michael's disappearance? And I said no. And then he asked, if you knew of any involvement or had any information or knew something of his involvement, would you report it? And I said yes.
Oh, hogwash. They wouldn't be asking a compound on top of a compound question to determine truth. That was a bold-faced lie. See, he doesn't know, you know, I'm not the only one. You know, I worked at a defense law firm for 7 years, and I've seen the results of a ton of lie detector tests. They will give them to you if you ask for them, Stacey. You could put this out here if you actually passed. But no, that's not what they ask. That's a lie. Nah. Because they wouldn't be able to determine what part of that's true and what's not. You know what I mean?
I'd like to see him. Why doesn't he come do a retinol polygraph like the family went through at the state police?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, I'm sure they'd love to give him one.
Yeah, that's just crazy. I'm going to put it back on normal and go back like 10 seconds and play again what he claimed he was asked. And there's just no way.
Or any involvement in the room. They asked me, is the door shut? Is the light on in the room? What number did I write down on the wall? Not me, but these are literally verbatim what he asked me. Mm-hmm. What number did I write down on the wall? And the last 2 were, do you have any knowledge or any information or any involvement in Michael's disappearance? And I said no. And then he asked, if you knew of any involvement or had any information or knew something of his involvement, would you report it? And I said yes. And that's literally the 5 questions they asked me. And then when I completed the polygraph, he said, give me a minute, I'll be right back. And he came back and he goes, how do you feel you did? And I said, I told the truth. And he goes, you're right, you did.
Huh. Those were
the 5 questions that he asked me. He only asked me 5 questions, and what questions I told you is what he asked me.
Would you take another?
Of course, I'd take another.
Okay, another thing. These polys took place on or about May 18th of 2022. I believe is the date I have written down somewhere. May 18th, I believe. He remembers verbatim all 5 questions from May 18th, 2022. Give me a break. Give me a freaking break.
Right. But this is one of those moments of clarity where he remembers details so specifically. And then in a snap, he just can't recall.
Exactly. Yes. And Brandi says 5 lies, and that's not how they ask questions for a polygraph. I've had them as well as everyone in our family. Yep. Stacey, you want a retinol test? Yep. I'm sure that we could hook you up. Yes. Selective memory. Oh my God. He makes me sick.
He does not want to take a polygraph test.
Take one. Take one, buddy. If there's a cost involved, is there a cost involved in taking a poly if you just walk in and say, I want to take a poly?
I don't think so. If you're a suspect in a criminal case, no, they're not going to be charging you.
Go take it. If there's any costs
The
involved,
family
we will
didn't
take
pay
care of it.
anything when they went down to
Yeah.
the state office and took those techie woo-woo, retinol poly
Mhm.
ones that are fancy. They didn't pay a fee for all that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's totally not the questions that they would ask. Not at all. They wouldn't ask a triple compound question. Mm-mm.
I want to take another one in a heartbeat. I like this is the thing. Like I'm like
I heard that Sarah had said something about God taking Michael to
that's what I'm telling you. That's what I was trying to tell you. So all of this, like your question, like why is she saying that you did it? And that's why I made the point of why would she go in court and say, "Oh, Stacey told me this," and then or she claimed that she was Stacey. Why would she? Excuse me. Why would she say that? Oh, the Most Highest God told me that this happened. Oh, God told me that Stacey did it. Or you know what I mean? Like her story was like she was going through a very like messed up situation mentally and emotionally. It's not easy being labeled something.
Well, as Brandi is about to point out, her behavior did drastically change within a couple of days. If you go back and look at, I looked at every one of her TikToks. She became this ultra religious, weird, crying, just mess immediately after. There was a drastic change. She was always weird, but yeah, drastic change. And she's about to ask him about that too.
Something you didn't do. And like I'm like,
it was my husband.
I don't know anything about your husband. Okay, and I'm sorry if he's going through this stuff too.
I'm sorry if he's going through the same stuff too. If, like, maybe he's not. What a cold-hearted. Ugh.
As if you don't know that Tyler has been targeted and blamed by social media, as though he
a
has
very small group on
unalived
social
his
media.
child. Yeah, as if you don't know that people in the Fruitland community would go right up to him at work and tell Tyler directly that they thought he did it.
Could you imagine? Oh my
As
God.
if you don't know that. You just, again, it's detachment. It's, detaching, his experience. It's not, there's no empathy for it whatsoever.
Yeah, he's completely just dead inside.
And it's not fair and it's not right. But Brandi, I have no reason to lie.
Somebody needs to tell the truth.
No, exactly. 100%. But I need you to know one thing, Brandi, is that I don't have a reason or like a want to lie about something like this to you. I want Michael to come home just as much as everybody else in this world. He doesn't deserve to be separated from his family, or he didn't deserve to be taken from his family. And I'm going to be straight up with you. If I ever find out who did it and I encounter this person somehow or some way in the world, they're not going to have a very good time. And I can promise you that. This is not like a threat. This is facts and it's reality. As a matter of fact, I beat the crap out of a sex offender in prison. Just recently, in the last couple months, back in July.
Oh, he's such a hero. I'm sure that's not why he beat up somebody in jail if it happened. Sure, Stacey.
Is he even capable? I mean, I'm not, again, shaming, but I mean,
yeah, could he? I'll do it. I'll say it. Can he even get up out of the chair fast enough to come at somebody?
Right.
I mean, come on. Come on, dude. He is all talk when it comes to that. Ugh. Why is he bringing up a sex offender, right?
I beat the frick out of this dude. He sat there.
I saw it.
Like I don't play with this stuff. Like I don't think you realize, Brandi. Like I'm a very good person at heart, and I would never allow myself to have involvement, or let alone be known or made known that somebody had involvement.
When he said, "I'm a very good person," on goes her camera. Like, okay, here we go.
Without me dealing with it myself and taking it to law enforcement after I beat the fuck out of the person. Like I'm not okay with it at all. And I'm sorry.
Did you tell anybody in Ada County?
Ada County, no. But what I've learned is that people in Ada County are sitting there 20%. Are in the jail are trying to give false, what I don't know, that's what I've been told, but they're trying to give something like telling law enforcement that I told them where this little boy was. And I never would ever talk about my stuff, especially to people in jail. It's none of their business, number one. Yeah, I've been blasted all over the media, so I don't really have to explain myself other than I didn't do it. I wish I could give you more answers, Brandi. I wish I could give you and tell you who the person is that did this. I wish you didn't have to suffer. This is not fair.
No, it's not. Why did Sarah's behavior change so drastically after Michael was abducted? The TikToks, you're her husband. You talk
I know.
to her every day, Stacey, don't you?
Say it again.
You talk to her every day.
Yeah, but I also know that Sarah was very conceited and she hid a lot of stuff, just like the gun that she held Tanner at gunpoint with. I had no knowledge about her having a gun. The gun that she had, she ended up selling it to Carson. So it made absolutely no sense.
Stacey, would you help me get Michael home? No,
Okay, say it again.
Will you help me get Michael home? Please.
I can do everything I can. I can help try to find him, Brandi. I don't know where to even start. I want to give you answers, Brandi. I want to tell you who the fuck did this. And if I could, I would. But I don't have anything to give you, and I am tore up for you. I want your boy to come home, Brandi.
You tell the truth, please.
I don't have any tell the truth to give you. I've told everything I can, Brandi. You don't understand. Yes, I understand that's your boy. I know, Brandi. And if I had an answer to give you, if I had an answer to bring, no, I don't, Brandi.
You would help me.
Brandi, I would turn the person in a heartbeat. You don't understand, Brandi. I'm not the person that did this.
Please,
I don't know how much more clear I can be.
Hero, Stacey, please.
Brandi, I want to be your hero and bring him home, but I don't have anything.
I don't want you to be my hero. I want you to be Michael's hero.
I know, and I want to be his hero too, but I can't without having something to give them, Brandi. I'm trying to explain this to you. What do I tell them? What do I just
tell them about Brandon, please?
I told them everything. That's what you don't, Brandi. I'm not protecting them, Brandi. What am I? Because I'm pretty sure I've just told the truth every freaking time that I've done a statement, Brandi. I don't know what you're.
Enforcement saying you're suspect. Why is there evidence that Michael was at your house? Why did you say he was buried in that backyard? Why did you lie? Why did you tell them that? I had to sit here and listen to those props every day. You've seen him that night.
Brandi.
That night. Tell me about the kid. Tell me about the kid on the road. Was it him?
That was not him. No, it was not him.
How come you changed ages? Sex? Color
Hey,
hair?
what?
All of your statements. How come that little boy? Were you okay? You said you pulled off out of the neighborhood up here on 8th. There are no houses here. You cannot see down 6 houses.
How can you tell me I can't see 6 houses? That was not your son, Brandi. What do you want me to say?
You changed your story continuously, and then you
No,
said,
I haven't.
Yes, you
I
have.
have specified in every one of my podcasts that I've done that my information may not be 100% clear as it has been almost 3.5 years. Would you remember something 3.5 years verbatim, detail? Would you? Because I guarantee you wouldn't. Nobody can remember something identical, pinpointing it to it.
Hold up 1 second. We need to give Brandi a second to calm down and breathe for a minute.
Tell me, what was the boy doing that you saw on the road that night?
It wasn't your boy, Brandi. And he was outside of some house playing down the road on the right-hand side. I don't know what house. I don't know exactly what house. I don't have an address to give you, other than it was literally probably like 4 or 5 houses on the right-hand side of the road. And it was not Michael.
Let's not yell, Stacey. Let's not yell, Stacey.
You would have had to drive by the kid, right?
Correct. But by the time I had filled up the power steering and we had taken off, he had already gone
So here's a new lie.
back inside with his family.
How do you know
I
it's
watched
his
his because I don't know that it was family's house. All I know is I watched somebody come out of the side of their house and told them that it was time to come inside. And that's all I know. What else do you
I watched somebody come outside and tell him it was time to come inside. And then watch him change that as well.
want me to give you? It wasn't your boy. You want to make up something?
So you saw a little boy. You pulled off the side of the road on 8th. Was it on directly outside?
Clarify. I did not see the little boy until after I had gotten out of the truck and opened the hood, and I heard noise coming from the background of somebody playing in the yard of the house.
Did he just
can
you rewind that? Did he say I did not see your little boy until
I had gotten out of the truck and opened.
Was it on directly outside?
No.
So you saw a little boy. You pulled off the side of the road on 8th. Was it on directly outside?
No. clarify. I did not see the little boy until after I had
The little boy.
gotten out of the truck and opened the hood, and I heard noise coming from the background of somebody playing in the yard of the house. Just to get that straight. We didn't pull off because we saw somebody playing in the front yard. To clarify.
Okay, let me calm down here. So you pulled out of Hidden Meadows subdivision, correct? Took a left.
Carry on.
Okay.
Carry on.
The next.
God, did he really say that?
He did.
Carry on. And look at him smirk, too.
Carry on.
Meadows subdivision, correct? Took a left.
Carry on.
Okay.
What an asshole. Sorry.
The next road to turn is
The next right turn was in Arizona Street.
Correct. So
We
from where
pulled off
you left
before
Hidden
that.
Meadows, okay, in between, because that's all field right there on the right-hand side. That's nothing.
And
to
there's
see.
also a pull-off spot.
Right there, right before the sign on 8th, or excuse
Correct.
me, Arizona, on Arizona. So
Correct.
where was the little boy? Because you would have had to pull off right there in front.
I'm gonna pull up the map real quick here. Hang on just a second. And we're gonna look at it while he's lying.
While he's lying.
While he's lying, yeah. That's all he knows how to do. Okay. Thank you for bearing with me, people. So I'm going to point to what he's talking about while he's talking.
The street.
Okay. The next road to turn is
The next right turn was in Arizona Street.
Correct. So
We
from where
pulled off
you left
before
Hidden
that.
Meadows, okay, in between, because that's all field right there on the right-hand side. That's nothing.
And
to
there's
see.
also a pull-off spot.
Right there, right before the sign on 8th, or excuse
Correct.
me, Arizona, on Arizona. So
Correct.
where was the little boy? Because you would have had to pull off right there in front of Arizona and 8th, right
Correct.
there where the pull off is. I've stood there and I've looked down the road. Which house looking down the road? I know you said 5 or 6 houses down the road. You said this child was playing in the yard. Was he standing? Was he sitting?
He was standing in the yard. How else would I notice somebody who was he was like having a good time? He was just being
having a good
himself.
time.
I don't know, he was being like every fucking other kid that wants to have fun in their life. I don't know, it was not Michael. Trust me, I'm very, very familiar with faces, Brandi.
I'm very familiar with faces, Brandi.
But I know all my neighbors, and there's no children. There are no kids there.
Well, there was a kid there, and it wasn't Michael. So I don't know what else to tell you, other than what I saw and what I heard, and what I know that somebody came out of the house and told them that it was time to come inside. I don't know if these people had friends that had kids or if somebody was babysitting. I don't know.
You saw that person tell that kid to go inside?
I heard the person tell them to come in.
So you were close enough to hear, but couldn't see. Which house? Or do you remember which house? I know it's been 1,240 days, 3.5 years of pure hell and nightmares. People claiming they know where my son is and won't tell me. So,
If I knew your boy was, I would have already told them that at the beginning of everything.
Just please beware. Just watch your tone a little bit, Stacey. Please watch your tone.
I'm just curious. Which house was it that you saw this little?
It was a
boy?
beige house. I don't know exactly the number. It was a beige house.
And it's on that right side, right there on 8th.
All right.
Between Arizona and Washington.
All right.
I know all of those neighbors.
Okay. And I'm sorry that you, okay. And maybe you ever think maybe they were babysitting or maybe You know,
I know their
David had a
grandchildren.
friend over. I don't know. What do you want me to tell you? I don't have anything to give you, Brandi. I have told every fucking thing. You're trying to get something like get me to say I have information. I don't have anything.
Do you believe that
You could
Sarah
have been
and Adrian and Brandon were involved?
no, not
You
at
have
all.
nothing to do with it. If you
No.
don't.
Brandon, me, and Sarah were all gone that night, Brandi. We were in Cuna towing Brandon's vehicle back to Fruitland because I was going to help him repair his spark plugs that he had blew out of the hole because he's a dumb person and doesn't know how to drive and thinks that high revenue.
Never mind. I was going to say something. Just never mind. I have no words for this idiot.
A vehicle is the coolest thing ever. Brandi, I will give anything I can for him to come home. I don't have anything. There's nothing I have that I can give to law enforcement. Everything that I have told him is I've told. I don't have anything further. I don't know what else you want me to give. I can't just magically pull it out of my butt, Brandi. Like
she's looking for her son. She's frustrated, Stacey.
I know. I want him to come home
You said
too.
that you would let her ask questions and that you would speak calmly. So just do so. Let her talk if she needs to talk.
No, and that's fine. That's
try
fine.
not to talk over her. And
like I need you to know, Brandi. Like I have had nothing to do with him. I will put that
with him
on my life.
Okay.
I am
I'm gonna
okay
make
at this point.
statement
If somebody held me at gunpoint right now, specifically law enforcement, and told me to give them answers, they'd have to shoot me because I wouldn't have anything to give them, Brandi. That's where this is at. At this point, they can go ahead.
And let her talk for a minute. Just pause for just a second, please. Thank you, Stacey.
What were you doing before you left?
Before I went to Cuna, I had taken a couple taxi rides that day. Specifically, I got woken up by Sarah at like 11 or 11:30 in the morning with a phone call saying a taxi ride needed.
Okay, so I want to point out that's another lie. I don't know if anybody caught that, but he said he was woken up by Sarah calling. But in every other version, it was they all got up, they ate breakfast, coffee, shower, watching TV, watching movies. Oh, wait, no, we didn't have a TV because TVs were evil. Sarah said we couldn't have a TV, right? You know, they were all hanging out, doing stuff all morning, and then they left at 11, and then she called him almost right away. So you're telling me what, he went to sleep within just a couple of minutes, and she woke him up?
Yep.
Stacey, stop lying.
To be picked up in Ontario and taken to Boise to the airport. After dropping this person off at the airport, as I was headed home, I get another phone call from Sarah saying that a taxi ride needed to go from Ontario to the A&W.
Which A&W?
The one in Payette.
Why did you say the one in Ontario?
I said he needed to be picked up in Ontario and taken to the A&W.
Nope, direct lie. In every other story, it was Ontario because he was talking about the A&W in Ontario over and over and over. It wasn't until his little buddy Evil corrected him and said Payette. Remember? And then his story changed to Payette to match that little alibi and the GPS pictures and stuff. Yeah, we know. We all know what happened there.
I'm sure there's many creators that have that clip of this statement of you stating that you didn't go to the one in the art or the
That you went
One
to
in
the one in
Fruitland.
Ontario.
You went,
I
yeah, you
sent.
went to the one
I
in
already
Ontario.
sent my
You
GPS
were at the one in
photos.
PA.
I sent my GPS photos because I had specifically gone to the pharmacy right after I had dropped this person off at the A&W, and I went to the pharmacy at the Albertsons in Payette to go pick up Sarah's prescription because she had just had tooth surgery. I specifically remember picking a prescription because it was the oxycodones or whatever it was, hydrocodones for
That was
pain.
all on the 27th.
The what?
That was on the 27th of July,
Yes.
2021.
And I specifically know that it was that because I have pictures and GPS that I have already submitted.
He's acting like, oh, all these new pictures and stuff that he was assisted with getting into his Google account that he wasn't supposed to be in, mind you, and going there and F with things. He was helped getting into that account. He was helped with a lot of stuff. But now he's like, oh, I sent all those in. Law enforcement already had all that because remember, they had their phones. So law enforcement already has what was actually on his phone. And remember, from the first screen recording that he sent me to the second one, he had already deleted one of those little secret vault apps that was on there. And he was arrested shortly after. I hope they took that device and found out what was in the little extra app that he had that I showed on a live. Very interesting that it changed from one screen recording to the very next day. It was a different screen. I noticed that, Stacey, and I bet you law enforcement has all of whatever you had in that little vault.
That state, the date and time that I'm outside the brick building, the brick side of Albertsons, in the Lexus.
Oh, that's hilarious. He changed it to Albertsons after I put out that it had to have been the Albertsons because the brick didn't match either A&W, either one of them. But it did match Albertsons. He was out there parked on the side of Albertsons on the very back corner. Why did he go that way? Why did he go to the back corner of Albertsons? Because it's the only place, the only wall where you could put a vehicle up next to it. I found the exact spot where he parked. What did he do that for? Why the story about dropping off a taxi person over at A&W? That's funny because before he said he was hungry and wanted to stop and get something to eat. But then that was in Ontario where he said he dropped off somebody. Now suddenly it's, oh, I'm in Payette and, now I'm dropping off this person in Payette. Right next to a park when his GPS does put him squarely in the park. And I will show y'all. Let me get that pulled up. I'll show you right now. Okay. Oh, I lost. Where'd Lana go? Where'd Lana go? Let me see if she texted me. Hang on. Oh, okay. She had texted me about 10 minutes ago saying her battery was about to die on her phone. And I didn't even see it because my phone's plugged in on the wall behind me. Okay. Let me get to my screenshots here. AV Park. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Downloads. Bear with me. I know I have it here. I know I saved it earlier today. Where is it? It's literally the map. I showed it on a live. Maybe I just wrote down the timestamp on a live. I know what it looks like, so I would spot it pretty quickly. It's from his photo roll. From his own photo roll. Can y'all believe that? Where did I put it? Okay. I will look for it. If I can't find it while I'm playing this, I'll pull this over to my other monitor and continue to look while I'm playing this. If I can't find it, then I'll find it later and post it on my community wall. Yes, and yes, he did have multiple phones. Yes, I believe that the GPS route changed as well. Yep, because you can do that on your phone. Yeah, pain pills. That's what he claims. Exactly. You know they got a spreadsheet. Okay, I'm going to continue this now. And I'll keep looking for that screenshot. I think I got it today. But I might have just written down the timestamp from one of my lives. So I'm going to look for it while we continue to play.
Outside the pharmacy on that day at 3:30 p.m. to be exact.
Did Sarah hide Michael from you so you wouldn't give him back?
No, Sarah would never do that. Nothing like that would go on at our house. You need to keep in mind, I'm very keen and very aware of what happens around our house. And there would be no time frame for when something like this would be allowed or had enough time for something like that to happen.
Well, you were incarcerated when you gave the tip, and then Adrian wasn't around, so that only leaves two people, which would be Sarah or Brandon, that could have possibly moved Michael if he was actually in the yard.
No, it's because
Yeah, Sammy's right there. I do want to point out that in this interview as well, when he goes over his day, he completely left out Labor Dave. Remember the one that he claimed at first that he visited for a couple of hours in Ontario? And that's where he stopped at the A&W in Ontario after he visited with Labor Dave because he was hungry. I remember him saying that. And that was with Justin when Josh got up on the panel. And he nailed him down on that. And I'm still looking for the GPS stuff here.
Sarah was also incarcerated, but she'd only gotten out for a period of like 3 months on pretrial release and then got violated for violating her pretrial release. And that's when they came and searched the search warrant to the house and hit her with the failure to report the death.
The phone that you showed put you in the park.
The what?
The phone that you showed put you in the park.
That is true. The phone that he showed, the recordings, he sent me one and the other one. I mean, sent me two and the other one.
Kiwanis Park.
Correct. That was where I picked the client up for the taxi.
No. You were dropping off somebody. Why is that changing now? You weren't picking up somebody. What?
And I'd taken him to Payette to the A&W where they wanted to go.
And you don't think that looks suspicious that you're at two
That's a
splash
lie.
pads that day, but Michael
I
comes
wasn't.
up missing?
No, I don't, because I wasn't at the splash pad. I went to the apartment complex right across the street from the splash pad. If you look on Google Maps, there's an apartment complex that's right across the street from there. It has a pond that's literally right inside that park. That's right.
He was literally right in the middle of the park, you guys. I'm looking for it, but he was right there in the middle of the park. So now he changes his story to, oh yeah, well, that's where I picked up the guy. I thought you were there to drop off somebody, remember? Dropped off somebody, went and got the stuff at the pharmacy, and then went home. supposedly 3:37 timestamp on your photo, and then you went straight home and you were home at 4? Why were you? No, that's just a lie.
Right across from the park.
Do you have records of your taxi drives for that day?
No, that was most of the taxi customers either paid with cash or card. And that day, I went through all of my Square payments because that's who we used for credit card processing. And we didn't take any credit card payments. That was a cash deposit. And it was a $150 ride when I picked the person up from Ontario to Boise. That was a $150 ride one way. And the Ontario one was a $25
Talking about an
ride.
apartment complex next to the splash pad and Payette?
No, Kiwanis Park is in Ontario. The splash pad is there's a park in Payette, but we weren't near the park. I had dropped him off at the A&W. I don't have anything else to give you other than what I've said. I wish I could magically make it happen, Brandi.
Did you tell
I wish.
There's
what?
magic again.
Did you tell your mom that Michael is dead?
No, I never said Michael was dead. My mom had asked if he was still alive or what happened. I said, I don't know. I don't have an answer. I can't answer something or confirm something if I don't have an answer.
Your phone showed you being at the Payette Park, not the Kiwanis Park.
Yep, true.
Payette Park. Yes, I picked up the person in Ontario at the Kiwanis Park,
Okay.
or the apartment complex right next to it.
Okay.
And I took that person from the apartment complex to the A&W in Payette, which I believe is like within walking distance for Albertsons. And I went from there directly to Albertsons to go pick up the prescription for Sarah. And I think I picked up a prescription for my Prilosec or some shit like that. I don't know. So long ago. I don't like I'm trying to give everything I can to the best of my abilities.
No, he's losing his place in his lies because this was full on lies. He just said he's picking up somebody at that park. Because that's where the phone shows him, inside the park. Right in the middle of it. Right there. Across the street from the Albertsons and the A&W and all that. He wasn't at either one of those locations. He was inside the park. And he also lied when he was over on Lauren's, and he said that the photo timestamp on that said 3:23. But that's funny because when he sent me the screen recording, it said 3:37, not 3:23. And he actually had Lauren hold while he pulled up the photo and read off the time to her and said it said 3:23. So why was that changed? Why was that modified?
Well, your phone showed that you were in the park in Payette.
I don't know what to tell you.
So
I'm giving everything that I can. I've given everything I can.
That was you.
Okay, correct.
So you never.
But show me where.
That's not.
Show me where.
1:30 was when he claimed that he was leaving the first time to go on that long $150 cab ride. At 1:30, he said his dip fell in his floorboard. He couldn't reach it because of his belly, so he pulled into the splash pad instead of just pulling over. If you look at that street again, let me pull this up. He could have totally just pulled over to the side of the road. If that even happened. So here's the splash pad. He pulled in here. Make sure that's showing. Yeah. He pulled in right here at the splash pad. And there's on these buildings right here, there were cameras pointing this way and this one pointing this way. And this is the one that got him, the one that we've seen put out publicly. Him there. So why didn't he, if he's reaching and trying to get his Copenhagen or whatever, why didn't he just pull over right here somewhere or wherever he needed to? Which is also ironically about 7 or 8 houses down from where he claimed he stopped later. So this is the 115, 130 one here. This is the 640 one here. Around 6:40 p.m. is when they were here. And this is where Michael lives. And he was out and about playing right up in here. So, and I don't know on this map, I don't think the Payette one, I don't know where that's at from the house. But that's where he was at 3:37 p.m. if you believe what's on his screen recording. And it's kind of weird that that screen recording happened to show that he was at that park, inside the park, not going past it, all the way inside toward the back part of the park. Like by the, I don't know, bathrooms or little rec center thing, kind of close to a pool area, square inside the park. So he's lying. He wasn't there to pick anybody up. He was going home at that point, remember? What a liar.
My GPS history shows that I was in that park because I wasn't. I had gone by the park to go to A&W to drop him off.
Behind A&W, there's
when I looked through the recording that I have now, you know, I didn't put out all of it, but what I did put out, let me show you here. Is and he scrolled it pretty quick, so it was kind of hard to catch it. Let's see. I thought it was right up in here. Here it is. So when I put this out, oh, and it's kind of paused. Oop. Actually, I'm going to leave it right there. Go right here. This one with the brick wall that you see, that was at the back side of Albertsons. And then if we go back, what's really weird, oh, that's the next day. Right here, y'all. Hang on, I gotta use my little arrow. Right there. Do you notice what happened on July 31st? There's no GPS that showed up on that day. As far as like on his Google Maps that he showed, there's nothing else other than there's alleged trip to Kuna. But on July 31st, which is weird because look at all the things that are on July 31st. There's the photo of Michael. There's a photo taken of the missing poster. There is a Google Maps screenshot that was for Brandon's mother's home in Kuna. I'm trying to remember what else was there. I went over this. I had like screenshots and I zoomed in to figure out what things were. Oh, that's right. This is a screenshot of Brandon's mom's house, and then this one is a screenshot where he had dropped a pin at the location where they said that they pulled over at 9:56 p.m. that night. And it's all this one on his little photo roll claims that he was out there on Idaho 10 at 9:56 p.m. But look at these as a whole. All of this happening, all of these, his only photos on that day, July 31st, just a few days later, right? You know what they were doing. I think they were getting their story straight on this day right here, on where they went and where they stopped. Because if you go through the whole photo roll, there's all kinds of weird stuff in here, by the way. But on that day in question, right here, this is the only ones that showed a Google map. And this is the one that allegedly put them way out in BFE at 9:56 p.m. He claimed that they were home 25 minutes after he took this photo. 25 minutes. If you Google map that location, that pin drop to their house, it was a 50-minute drive. So he wants people to believe that Sarah, who had never pulled a trailer or car with a strap before, doing it at night, was able to make a 50-minute drive in 25 minutes? Really? Yeah. What tool? Wonder whatever happened to that. Remember that tool? What tool? Mm-hmm. Yep. That video that's 700 driving the highway. Oh. I'm gonna have to look back. But no, he did not. He did not show me any drives or anything. Yes, absolutely. Please dig that up and let me know. My email's on my channel. It's just crimesleuthing@yahoo.com. What tool are you asking about, though? But it's really weird because I didn't play the whole thing on here, but like right here, you can see. I have to go back. He moves it so fast, it was hard to catch. But one of these extra apps, this was the next day that he sent me another screen recording. There was 2 of these fake calculator apps on his phone the day before. So there's all this other stuff too. Weird photos. Yeah, this is the only one that had GPS on it. This is the only map that he offered me. And that was and it's really weird too. There's Meridian on that map. Okay. What I found weird is when you zoom in on this even more, I might have it here. Pretty sure I do because I've got a screenshot from it. Not only were they, let me see if it's in here. Not only were they pulled over to the side of the road, but they were off. There we go. How's that for weird? And he dropped a pin. Why did he drop a pin there? Why did he drop a pin at this location out on ID 16, sorry. Why did he drop a pin there? I need to know that. I think that's somehow important. Because all they did allegedly was pull over to fix the strap. Why would he need to drop a pin? Right? But he did. He dropped a pin there at that location. Okay. Baby Meatloaf is pretty weird, huh? And there was when I confronted him on, he was telling me that he no longer talked to Sarah, didn't want nothing to do with her. And I'm like, well, then why are you video chatting with her? There's his pew-pews that he still had in August of 2021. Yep. So yeah, I'll be putting a link to this in the description for y'all. If you want to go through it, you have to pause real carefully to get you know? Yeah. Yep. Yep. Did that taxi ride to Boise really happen, Stacey? You like to gamble, Stacey. You want to make a bet? Oh, Brandon wasn't. Wasn't Stacey staying home all day? Was he sleeping on the couch? Brandon? Yeah, I know you are itching to talk to Brandon, aren't you? I would be too. I would be too. Okay, hold up. Let me pull up something here off of my notes. Does the name Fancy or Samuel mean anything to you, Brandi? Didn't know if you were here when I mentioned them earlier. Those two were arrested 2 days after at the same address as Stacey. And I thought that was really weird. I'm going to email the information that I found over to Purple for you. Let's see. Okay. Now, I don't want to go over her TikToks at all. Okay. All right, let me look at my notes real quick and see if there's what else I want to bring up. So his first YouTube tour, let me move this over here because I can now. I can see chat. Yeah, but why? Why did he drop a pin? Why at that spot? Uh-huh. Yeah. You can pull up your Google Maps right now and go to some other location, change your route around, your times, whatever you want. I did it live. I showed people how he could easily change dates and times and GPS locations. You can do all that on your phone. Okay, so my lives. All right, let me go to my lives here. So I want to show y'all something real quick from an old one that I did. Thanks for waiting for me, guys. Oh, no, I've gone too far. All right, where is it at? I know it was alive. Here it is. So, wondering which one I should pull up first. I'll do this one first. Okay, so this one, I'll do this one first. So, this is where I went over all of his interviews to that date. And let's see. So it was going to be his interviews on Hidden True Crime, Crime Lies and Lies. I don't know why I didn't tag her in this one. Justin for All and Dolly Vision. And I went through on this live and I compared all of the changed stories that he did on every interview. And there's a lot in this one. This is the kind of stuff that I need to put on a spreadsheet. So there's the Eagle, Idaho. I'm seeing if I have the park in here. I can show y'all. There's where I did some debunking that somebody didn't like. Here's where I showed how you can edit your date, time, and location on photos there. Then I showed where he had save that photo and put it up. Just a second. And I talked about Michael from there on. And then hold on. YouTube tour. Yeah, this is this one. And this one I also did where I showed more detail on how the photos and GPS and stuff was likely changed, honestly. This is where I went over on. Okay, so it might be in this one with the park.
Okay, gotcha.
So I had Justin on and Sammy, and we went over the screen recordings with a fine-tooth comb. Bear with me. I'm looking for just the park. Let me make it full screen so I can see better. I know it is on here. Now there's a closer view where you can see the pin drop and then Brendan's mom's house. Was that it? No. That was where they pulled over. I remember it took 1,000 pauses to get it right on the spot, you know? There was a few of their trips that they had taken. There's the pew pew. You can see the barrel or handle right there. There was that pin. Oh, good grief. I really thought it would be in here. There's where he claimed to stop, and I showed where it was like different brick. We speculated on these photos a lot because this was weird. I'm just scanning looking for the part, and that's not it. I know people were going, yeah, we'd found that like at that location, exactly where the pin drop, there's a drainage pipe right there. See? How strange is that? I don't know if you'd seen this, Brandi. Let's see. But yeah, that's pretty weird. People were saying, you know, somebody needed to go out there and look. Because that pin drop, why would he do a pin drop? The route also is pretty weird because they went up past. This is what was showing on his phone. He went up past, went up, and then back down. And it's just so weird. What was that? Okay, yeah, that's where we found the exact spot on the map that he'd stopped at. Where he claimed he stopped at, right? Don't know, but I know that pin drop is just really weird. And there was a lot of we really dug into that for a while. We were really interested because right there was where he said he stopped, and that was where drainage was. Goodness. I don't see the park. I know it was on the screen recording. So I know it's going to be on there. I will locate it and I'll post it. Try not to take too much time on this. There's where Stacey threatened me after I wouldn't pay him for an interview. This is a good one. I really want you to watch this one, Brandi. If you can.
A&W, why is
this is a lot. You know what? I think it might be in this one because we were talking right here about that part. Let's see. think this is it. Here it is, right there. Right there. Look where he was. Do you see the GPS stop right there? That's where it pinged. Let me get my bearings here. A&W. Albertsons. No, not A&W. A&W is over here. A&W up here in the top middle. And then Albertsons. The photo that he took was right back here. The back corner. Right here. He was right here. Do you see what I mean? He was lying. He was back here by like off in the grass, really, but there's two little buildings back here, and I don't know what they are. I know there's a pool over here. I don't know what all's in there, but he was over here. Isn't that crazy? This is what he gave me to try to clear himself, showing him at a park. That doesn't even make any sense. So that was when me and Mandy is with Spirit Seeker Squad. This is when we pulled up all the GPS and everything off of his phone and found the exact spot where he took the photo. Oh, here we go. We got even closer here. So whatever that is, it says Payette. Hold on, let me get up so you can see a little better. Bandshell. He was by the Bandshell building, whatever that is. I don't know what that means. Oh, wow. In that exact time frame, yeah. Okay. So what the hell was he doing over here? Off in the trees by the Bandshell building. Because this is the exact GPS coordinates from his phone. Exactly, Callie Dime. Stacey's the one that put them right there at the hey, they were at the wrong place at the right time for themselves. Yeah, so don't let him tell y'all that he wasn't at that park, because he was. Did you notice that he had changed his story as well? Changing it to picking up somebody at the park? And this is where, you know, those photos on his photo roll, he claimed that it was an AC something, and it was actually the VIN sticker on the vehicle. It wasn't even what he was telling people that it was. I pulled up the VIN and everything. Aw. And I was saying this was my favorite photo of them. And there's where she had bought him that car. There's just a lot on here. I don't know what this is. I don't know why I don't recognize that now. Oh, we went on to some kind of paranormal stuff after that, like the last part of my live, which was really interesting. Oh, and this guy right here, Level-Headed, did an interview with Stacey, but I can't find it. If anybody happens to know where that is, I would love to see it. Okay, hold on. Yeah. Stacey's a piece of work, for sure. let me find this here. Let me see if there's anything else I want to go over. I've got all of the notes from all of the lives that he's done, all of the interviews, and I have it all, written out, all the timestamps of all the lives with what he said and how things changed. And you know how it is, I'm always busy with my littles and I just never have time to get on here. Let's see. Just Payette. It would be interesting to find whatever person he claimed to be dropping off there, but I don't think that'll ever happen. Yep. In this interview, when you were speaking with him, Brandi, he never mentioned Labor Dave. I know further in this interview, you asked him about did I close it out? No. Are you serious? Okay, hold up. We're going to go back to that. And I don't know why I didn't leave it on. So, here it is. Oh, good. It took me right back to the same spot. Good. So I know that Brandi asked about 708, and I'm so interested in that. I would love to know more about that because I think it's just very interesting that they admit to being right there at about 6:40, 6:45, and I heard Brandi mention 708, and there's a text talking about searching for a missing child, but that doesn't make sense. Why would she say that? I think it was from Sarah. Okay, so we're going to finish this up. There's only a few more minutes left on here on her speaking with Stacey, and she asked some very important questions here in these last few minutes. I'm reading my notes, so I don't want to miss out on this for you guys. Here we go.
You have to 4x it to go directly across to the park from the back of the A&W because it's right across the street from the Albertsons. And there's a yield there because it's two roads.
I know exactly what it is.
So that doesn't make it.
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't see. It was band shell. Correct. You have it spelled correct. I think it was all one word, though. If I remember correctly. I don't know what that building is. What's there. And if it means anything, But that's where he actually was. Inside the park. Not going past it.
Any sense. So you were next to the skate park is what I was told. That's where you're
never at the park. And until you can show.
You showed it.
I know. I showed that I was at the Albertsons at 3:30 p.m. exactly like I said.
No. In my humble opinion, I think he changed the GPS location on that photo. Or the time. I don't know. He changed some stuff. No. Because he was talking to Lauren when he said he was looking at a photo that he had taken at the A&W in Ontario at 3:23 p.m. He was reading it off of his phone to her. So that had to have been what it said. But what photo was it? Because there's no photo in Ontario on that photo roll that he sent me. It doesn't make any sense.
It showed you next to the skate park in Payette.
Correct, and the skate park is right next to the A&W.
It's across the street and across the park.
Correct. I don't have anything else to give you, Brandi. I would have turned that shit in had I been given some sort of light to it. I don't hide stuff like that, Brandi, and I don't think you understand.
So why were you there?
I
for
couldn't
only
live
4
with
hours?
myself if I knew something about it.
When you went to the splash pad in Payette,
What about it?
You didn't stay there. You just dropped them off and went and got the prescription and left.
Correct. Dropped him off at the A&W, got
And that
the
was 3:30?
prescription.
That's a lie. He just told her he was, oh, no, I was picking up another person there.
Say it again.
And that was 3:30.
Correct.
So
And
you
actually, if you guys reach out to Eve, I have sent her all of the GPS location. I showed pictures of where I was at 3:30 p.m. and it specifically shows me in the Lexus outside of the pharmacy waiting in the car.
I saw that picture.
Correct.
Yeah. And then I showed how you can easily change the date, time, and location of any photo at any date and time on your phone. Ever. I did it live on a show. I just showed one of those. I don't remember now which one, but yeah. I'll put the links to everything that I'm showing down in the description so you guys can see it. A permanent public stage, okay. The skate park is on the other side of the park. Huh. Did you just see where I had the up here? Where is it at? I'll find it again for you. This one. Did you see this one? This is where he actually was in the park by the band shell. And then we zoomed in more. Like this is where he was. Over here, like not even on the road. He wasn't in a parking area that I see over here with parked vehicles. But he was out here. Like, why? At 3:37 p.m., according to the photo roll. So strange. And there's where I showed how you can change the date, time, and locations on your phone. For anything in your phone. Anybody can do it. Yeah, it was in the middle of the park. It's crazy. What was he doing by a performance stage? That is strange.
Right.
Right. And what time was it again? When you got that call?
3:30 p.m. When Sarah?
Yeah, I think in this live, Brandi, we had this one. Yeah. Good grief. Oh, no, this one. During this section of the live, we went through and like turned the camera, if I can find it here, where you can see that he wasn't even on a road. Let's see if I can find it here. Yeah. Well, that doesn't show the little ping. I was over here showing the pool, so I was trying to look around. But right here, if you turn it, it was off of the road. The road went through here, you know? And there were trees on both sides. So he was in a very heavily treed area, but he was off of the road. Which is so strange. Ugh, hate that. So I've never understood like what he was doing over there at that time, if that's where he really was. Very strange indeed. It's possible. I mean, I think he knew. I think he knew then what it was, what was the truth. That he was in his Lexus. I think he said he used that one for a taxi, but it's exhausting, Ruby. Like, everybody knows he's full of crap. It's just proving it. Keep talking, Stacey. Keep talking, please.
Eric called me. I don't know. I was on my way back. I think I was maybe 20 minutes out from Fruitland, so 23 minutes estimated. So whatever. I went and picked him up. I think about 3. So somewhere between 2:30 and maybe 2:50. I don't know. I don't have an exact time frame for you.
Okay. Well, you had showed it, I believe, and you showed it on Eve's as well, and it showed meeting you at the park. And if I guess if you're not living directly
The
here,
splash pad in Fruitland at 1:30 p.m.
So 1:30 to 3, you were doing a taxi
No.
ride?
No. Yes, correct. It takes an hour to get to Boise.
Okay. Yeah.
An hour to get back, which would put me exactly around the time frame of picking up the person in Ontario, like I said. And if you look at the time frame at the GPS location that I texted you,
Oh, he's a slick talker, ain't he? No, that doesn't quite. I don't think that maths, but okay, dude.
or texted and posted on.
So you knew all of this that happened. So what exactly happened at 6:30 then?
We were gone, like it says, like I've told the same exact thing. We were not
When
home
are you
at
seen on
6:30,
CCTV
Brandi.
camera leaving the neighborhood?
You what?
Hey, thank you, DJ Ava. Welcome. Welcome to my little family. I appreciate you. I'll play a little bit of the celebration. Well, you know what? I'll play the other one that's not a little more somber. If I still have it. No, I took those off. All right, we're going to just celebrate DJ Ava. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I need to put my other little video up there. Yeah, thank you for joining. All right, back to this.
When were you seen on CVT camera leaving the neighborhood?
5:30 p.m.
Well, Sarah's mom had said
He was not seen on CCTV camera leaving the neighborhood at 5:30 p.m. No. Just no.
that you told her you were searching for a lost child before going to CUNA.
That is not true, nor is it anywhere accurate.
That's what her mother said.
Okay, well, then her mother needs to get her facts straight because that was never the case. And I remember specifically Sarah telling her mother before we left, because she communicates with her all the time, and telling her mom that we were going over to CUNA to go tow Brandon's vehicle back. It wasn't until when we got back that night that the neighborhood was swarming with people. And we had asked what was going on. And then they had told us, and we're like, what the heck?
So you're saying she's mistaken at the time frame of when you told her that you were looking? It wasn't it, 7 p.m., 7:08 p.m.
Say it again.
At 7:08 p.m., you didn't. Sarah had told her mom that you were searching for a lost child. I saw the
No,
photo.
that
I saw
never
the
even.
photo.
The what?
I saw the photo. Screenshot.
Photo of what?
At 7:08 p.m. of Sarah.
You want to send me a screenshot? Because apparently I'm unaware of this. I was never searching for anybody. We were gone, and GPS data shows that we were gone.
GPS data that someone helped him get in and mess with, in my honest, humble opinion. So it helped the public perception, Law enforcement knows the truth. Doesn't matter what he changes on his phone. Doesn't matter. They know. But unfortunately, there are really dumb people online who believe this disgusting piece of turd. Normally, Brandi, I cuss more, but I'm trying really hard not to do it tonight.
We were not even home around that time.
But you said you were putting in power steering fluid at 6:48 p.m.
No, 5:30 p.m. How else would CCTV video footage record us? At 5:30 p.m. on 8th Street, parked off to the side. Like, you guys know, like, I've already seen all of the CCTV video footage from the detectives directly.
He's so full of crap because before he did on his last YouTube tour, oh my God, I could go through all of them. He said it was the very first interview that he did, the very first one, he said it was around 5:30, 5:40. Then he changed it to 5:15, and then he changed it to 6:15 to 6:30. That's in his very first interview. The very first interview. He also said the exact same thing to the media when he first got out of jail. He said the same thing, that he was there at 6:30 p.m. at that intersection, putting the power steering fluid in. It wasn't until after his little friend helped him with stuff, then he started shopping around this photo roll, with all this weird GPS stuff in it, The whole story about their trip to Kuna also, he changed his story several times on that. First Sarah went inside. Remember? He said Sarah went in to go to the bathroom. And her and Brandon were in the house for about 15 minutes. Then by the time he got to like his 4th or 5th interview, it was, no, Sarah stayed outside with me. And I did all the work of moving his car out to the road and hooking it up to my truck while he was in there fiddle farting with laundry. Sure. And don't even get me started on that damn duffel bag, because that just really makes me mad. He went from saying it was a tiny duffel bag, a very tiny duffel bag, and the description that he put on it, I'm going to switch over for just a second, completely changed as well to, I want to show you one thing here. Okay. The thing that he said right here, which was his last interview. And hold on. No, it's at 2:08, I believe. Right here.
Yeah. This is a question, Crime Sleuth, and thank you for your super chats, everyone. Truly, they help. We kind of went over this, but she wants to know how many inches the duffel bag was, and if you could show with your hands. But
like, I wanted details from this guy because he was so vague on, oh, it was just tiny, it was just small, and then it was medium. And in this one, he was claiming that it was small as well. Oh, thank you so much for your super sticker. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Yeah, and that was when he brought up a child. It wasn't until his third interview. He never mentioned a child until then. So on this one, I'm asking for specifics. And I wish she would have pressed him on that, like put down your phone and show us, but he describes it better.
Your camera is really small too. I don't even know if your hands can fit.
Yeah, they're not. It's not going to show that. I can tell you, I've already went over this. Can't tell you in inches how long it was. I'd say maybe the duffel bag in length was maybe 3 feet in length.
Yeah.
And
I'm going to try to hold it together here. Let's pull up one thing. 3 feet. It went from tiny to 3 feet long with the big shoulder strap and the big handle where you put it together and it makes one big handle. Yeah, that was a big duffel bag. Big duffel bag. Where'd it go? And I'm looking here, this one. Let's see. So, how tall was Michael when he went missing? 3'7". I'm just saying, and that's hard to say. Oh, that makes me mad. So yeah, where's the duffel bag? Then he claims that Brandon took it with him when he moved out. Then on one interview, he said, point blank, nobody will ever find the duffel bag. Why did he say that? Why did he say nobody will ever find the duffel bag? Yeah, and he kept saying that over and over and over. It's nowhere big enough to put a body in. Nowhere big enough to put a body in. Well, if it's 3 feet long and you're putting a very small... no, I can't do it. I can't say it. 3 feet. That's what he said. Right. Exactly. Okay. 1 hour. Well, I believe that law enforcement said that there was evidence that Michael was at their house. I don't know about specifically I don't know. Yeah. He said he saw CCTV at 6:48 p.m. I don't believe that. I just don't. But man. Good night, girlfriend. I'll see you later. She was right. He's sitting here telling her, I saw CCTV footage of me at 5:30 p.m. when we all know that's a damn lie. There's also not CCTV footage at 6:45 or whatever of him putting power steering fluid at 8th in Arizona. No, get the hell out of here, dude. No. They didn't show you that. He slipped there. He almost said Adrian. Did you hear that? Yeah, he almost slipped.
No.
Well, Lord have mercy. I didn't even reshare my screen. Hold on.
And I remember specifically, it's needs.
Okay, hold on.
Brandi.
So what exactly happened?
Posted on.
Okay, I'm sorry, guys.
So you knew all of this that happened. So what exactly happened
Is it muted now? Is it okay?
at 6:30 then?
We were gone. Like it says. Like I've told the same exact thing. We were not
When are
home
you
at
seen on
6:30,
CCTV
Brandi.
camera leaving the neighborhood?
You what?
When were you seen on CVT camera leaving the neighborhood?
5:30 p.m.
Well, Sarah's mom had
Well,
said that you told her you were searching for a lost child before going to CUNA.
That is not true, nor is it anywhere accurate.
That's what her mother said.
Okay, well, then her mother needs to get her facts straight because that was never the case. And I remember specifically Sarah telling her mother before we left, because she communicates with her all the time, and telling her mom that we were going over to CUNA to go tow Brandon's vehicle back. It wasn't until when we got back that night that the neighborhood was swarming with people. And we had asked what was going on. And then they had told us, and we're like, what the heck?
So you're saying she's mistaken at the time frame of when you told her that you were looking? It wasn't at 7 p.m., 7:08 p.m.
Say it again.
At 7:08 p.m., you didn't. Sarah had told her mom that you were searching for a lost child. I saw the photo.
That
I
never
saw the
even.
photo.
The what?
I saw the photo. Screenshot.
Photo of what?
At 7:08 p.m. of Sarah.
You want to send me a screenshot? Because apparently I'm unaware of this. I was never searching for anybody. We were gone, and GPS data shows that we were gone. We were not even home around that time.
But you said you were putting in power steering fluid at 6:48 p.m.
No, 5:30 p.m. How else would CCTV video footage record us? At 5:30 p.m. on 8th Street, parked up to the side. Like, literally, you guys know, like, I've already seen all of the CCTV video footage from the detectives directly.
Liar.
So, like, you're not gonna like trick me into knowing what I already know and what I've seen from law enforcement.
I'm not trying to trick you. I want the answers. I want my
I've
son.
given you the answers, and I know who you want your son. And if I could give you
believe-
your son, I'd fucking do it.
I believe.
Whoa.
But don't try to
Watch
tell
your
me
mouth,
that my
officer.
information's not
Watch your
accurate.
mouth, officer. Come on now.
Okay, well,
I'm
don't
not
try
gonna
to tell me that my
tolerate-
information. Okay, well, I'm not going to
You know,
tolerate being criticized and
If you're gonna
ridiculed when I'm
disrespect
giving my.
Brandi, though,
I'm not
that's-
disrespecting her.
You
Well,
did.
7:08 is when you left.
Okay, but I'm not going to tolerate being disrespected as well and being ridiculed and criticized when I'm telling you that I know exactly where I was at 5:30 p.m. along with Brandon and Sarah.
I bet Stacey has tried to chat in here. And he's probably wondered why he got ignored. Because I blocked him months ago. He's not welcome here ever. It just dawned on me. I was like, yeah. Because I was kind of watching and I realized, oh no, he can't chat anyway. He's blocked. Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah, they're not totally, but they wouldn't be that far off. You know what I mean? No. But you had every right to say every single thing that you did. You didn't say anything out of line at all. At all. Yes, please pass around the hand sanitizer. I feel like having a shower after. Ugh. Good grief.
Sarah, because we were all in the truck.
And
I asked you to stay respectful, so just stay
Adrian and
respectful, please.
Adrian was at the house. That right? And according
At 5:30 p.m. I was shown by law enforcement when they started questioning me specific video CCTV footage. Exactly like I said. Of being outside, getting out of the truck, because Sarah was driving. I was in a passenger.
I believe they might have mentioned or showed him the 115, 130 at the splash pad. They might have shown him that. But there ain't no way that law enforcement, knowing what time this child went missing, would show this person their evidence. Nope. Exactly. He said, I'm an open book. Yeah. Yes, he totally rage quit. I boiled myself. For real. For real. It is kind of funny, DJ Ava, that you said that, because I literally did get out my hand sanitizer a minute ago and was hand sanitizing, listening to him, because he's just gross.
Side, and Brandon was in the back seat. And I had Sarah pull off at 5:30 p.m. This is verbatim from CCTV video footage from the police department.
Were you at the house when Adrian came back from Applebee's?
No. Sarah had gotten back with Brandon and Sarah and Adrian had gotten back right
I
or
saw
before
the
I
red
got back
truck
from the house.
and you guys leaving at 7:08 p.m.
No. GPS status shows differently. And I've already turned that in too. And law enforcement showed me video footage. They don't just adjust time frames at 5:30 p.m. exactly like I have said.
The timestamp was 7:08.
No, it wasn't.
I
I've
thought
seen
it
the
was
timestamp.
7:09. So are you telling me I'm a liar?
I'm telling you, information gets modified.
Oh, and her favorite question. My favorite question of Brandi says right now.
I'm telling you what I.
The FBI modified that to the mother of a missing child. They're going to waste those resources to protect.
Okay, well then explain this, Brandi.
Suspects to me.
It's 3.5. It's 3.5 years.
They showed me too.
Okay, cool. And guess what? It's 3.5 years. They quote unquote said they have such solid concrete evidence, right? Yeah. Solid concrete evidence that it's 3.5 years later and there's still no charges. You wonder why? Because they don't got
Because
anything, Brandi. Figure
Yes,
it
they
out.
do.
Do them. No,
I
they
did
don't.
figure
Really?
it out, and I know
Really?
you're lying, Stacey. And
Really?
you know what?
Am
I would forgive you if you would tell me the truth about Sarah.
I don't have
and
anything to fucking give you. I don't
You
have
do.
anything to give you. And if I had something to give you, I would.
They showed me too. I seen the photos. I saw your confession, Stacey. I seen everything. And you know what? I've seen it. What you did all over the internet, I have seen it. And you continue to lie. You know, there was one time that I said I could forgive someone as long as Michael came home to me safely.
And if I had something to give you, Brandi, I would.
I'm not going to
Go ahead. Okay, and don't give up. I don't want you to give up.
Did y'all hear that? 7:08. They left the neighborhood at the top of 8. So at 7:08, show you the map again here. Right here, right, Brandi? The top of 8. Right here. 7:08. I'm going to go back a few seconds.
Someone. You know, there was one time that I said I could forgive someone as long as Michael came home to me safely.
And if I had something to give you, Brandi, I would.
I'm not going to
Go ahead. Okay, and don't give up. I don't want you to give up. As a mother, you shouldn't give up.
Did I not go back far
And
enough?
if I had something else to give you, I would.
I believe you do.
Okay, and I believe I know I don't. So, am I? And I've already turned that in too. And law enforcement showed me video footage. They don't just adjust time frames at 5:30 p.m. exactly like I have said.
The timestamp was 7:08.
No, it wasn't. I've seen the timestamp.
Are you telling me I'm a liar?
I'm telling you, information gets modified.
I'm
telling you what I've.
The FBI modified that to the mother of a missing child. They're going to waste those resources to protect.
Okay, well then explain this, Brandi. It's 3.5. It's 3.5 years.
They showed me too.
Okay, cool. And guess what? It's 3.5 years. They quote unquote said they have such solid concrete evidence, right? Yeah. Solid concrete evidence that it's 3.5 years later and there's still no charges. You wonder why? Because they don't got anything, Brandi. Figure it out. Do them. No, they don't. Really?
And I know you're lying, Stacey. And
really?
You know what?
Am
I would forgive you if you would tell me the truth about Sarah.
I don't have anything to fucking give you. I don't have anything to give you. And if I had something to give you, I would.
They showed me too. I seen the photos. I saw your confession, Stacey. I seen everything. And you know what? And I've seen it. What you did all over the internet, I have seen it. And you continue to lie. You know, there was one time that I said I could forgive someone as long as Michael came home to me safely.
Thank you very much for your super sticker, your super chat. She asked, why did he do this interview? What did he get out of it? Well, I don't think he got anything out of it. But at the beginning of the live, I'm going to be putting the link in the description. She goes over all of the registered sex offenders that are all connected. And she did a great job explaining all of it. And so it was shortly after that I don't know, I think something triggered him because he does watch everything that has to do with him. He's obsessed. He has to know what everybody knows, you know, at all times, which is huge red flag. But he watches all these lives and he'll comment and chat. I've seen him chatting and hopping up on panels, and he gets up there and he's just lying. He's trying to push a narrative that's just a bold-faced lie, you know? Yes, thank you very much. He's sickening. He's that narcissistic.
And if I had something to give you, Brandi, I would.
I'm not going to
go ahead. Okay, and don't give up. I don't want you to give up. As a mother, you shouldn't give up. And if I had something else to give you, I would.
Oh, Brandi, that makes me so sad. She says to torture me, he's getting off on her pain. He believes he's in control. Yeah. He was way too calm. He had no empathy whatsoever, no compassion, no feeling. He's just sitting there blank and totally detached. It's just horrible. Yeah. And the way he spoke to her, ooh, he was making me feel stabby.
I believe you do.
Okay, and I believe I know I don't. So there's two different sides there. I'm sorry that you still obviously think that I'm a liar and this fucking horrible person.
I've caught you.
Her prerogative. It's your prerogative. Guess what? It's your prerogative. And you're entitled to feel any way you want. But don't think for once. You're right, you are.
Woo!
But
get him.
If I had something else to give you, I would. I don't just somehow pass a lie detector test or a polygraph test specifically relating.
Because you're lying about your polygraph test.
Oh, am I?
Yes.
Because that's why the person, Matt, that did the specific polygraph told me specifically that I told the truth. So you want to prove to me where I lied on the polygraph? Do you want to show me a screenshot? Because I guarantee you can't prove that either. You're going off of speculation. There's a reason they stopped.
No, I'm going off your lawyer. Your lawyer.
My lawyer? Oh, do you think that's a lie? Because that's not.
No, I know it's not a lie.
No, it's not a lie. Guess because it's not, and it's not fake.
I didn't say it was a lie.
And it's not fake. I never said I was going after the law
I
enforcement.
even invited
Brandi.
you and Brandon and both of you and your lawyers, and you can come speak with me. We can be there. You can bring, whoever you'd like. I don't have a lawyer, so but we can gladly bring any of these lawyers in, and we can all sit down and have a conversation. Because I'd like to know why Brandon says you're lying and you say Brandon's lying.
Really? Because Brandon didn't say that I'm lying. And actually, I listened to his statement that Brandon, from his lawyer, specifically, that Brandon's lawyer was retained to represent Brandon should he ever get charged. I heard exactly the whole statement from his lawyer and what Brandon told. And Brandon's statement confirms everything that Sarah and I told. So show
Ted
me.
Bundy
Show
passed
me.
his polygraph test, right?
Oh, I love that she threw that out there. Well, Ted Bundy passed his polygraph test, right?
Ted Bundy passed his polygraph test, right?
Yep.
Just saying.
Did you
why
see
were you at the
JLR's
church? What was the
interview?
plan? What was the plan, Stacey? Why
For
were
what?
for the abduction of Michael?
I wasn't involved in it, Brandi. And there's nothing you're going to do that's
Why
going
did
to
you tell
convince
Stacey?
me otherwise.
Why did you tell law enforcement that you knew?
I didn't say that I knew. I wanted to get them off my back. And maybe if you did a little studying and research on who.
No, dude, you told them you knew. Stop it. Stop it.
What fetal alcohol syndrome is. And maybe if you had it and you got put in a pressure point situation, you'd do the same fucking thing.
I do have a slight medical background, and I'm quite aware
Okay.
of fetal.
Then you'll understand that being
I
put
am
in a very
understanding.
pressure pointed situation,
Yes,
in a
that's why
very
I'm trying to
pressure
talk
situation,
through
you would
this
do everything you can
so
to
I
fight
can
or
get
flight.
the
Sitting here being confronted by the mother of the missing child you are a named suspect in the case of is not high pressure. He's able to hold himself together and continue with his bull crap despite the heavy pressure of having to face Brandi Vaughn. And he didn't crack. So I don't believe for a minute that he just cracked due to pressure. I don't believe it for a minute. Which reminds me, at first he claimed that his attorney wasn't with him, right, for his interrogations. Then later he changed that too, to his attorney sat there and let it all happen. Like, give me a break. Yeah, exactly. Are you doing better now? Are you feeling a little better tonight? I know for me, with my condition, if I get in my blood pressure shoots up too. And when I get like that, I can't think straight anymore. I just cannot think straight anymore. And after it's over, I crash for a couple of days, and it's rough. But so I imagine you probably slept really hard after this, didn't you? My goodness. Hey, thank you so much. You are just awesome. Yeah, my heart goes out to Brandi as well. Thank you for your works. Yes, she says. Thank you. Thank you. Well, wow. Thank you so much. Yep, she did amazing. There's no way I could have held myself together. Nope, no way.
From you without you being an explosive asshole.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yep.
Okay.
Past history.
Wait, I want to hear what she said again. Hold on.
You would do everything you can
so
to
I
fight
can
or
get
flight.
the truth from you without you being an explosive asshole.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Girl, I missed that. She called him an explosive asshole. Ah, I love it. I love it so much. Yes, I sure do. I want to hear that one more time. That was good.
Very pressure pointed situation.
Yes,
In a
that's why
very
I'm trying to
pressure
talk
situation, you would do everything you can
so
to
I
fight
can
or
get the
flight.
truth from you
Okay.
without you being an explosive asshole.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yep.
Okay.
Past
So,
history. Past history.
past history.
Yeah, years ago, Brandi,
Oh
that
my
I've done
goodness.
13 years in freaking group homes to overcome that.
You
To
care
explain,
about
yeah,
getting
but
away
I'm
with
such a
this.
horrible
That's all you care
person,
about.
Brandi.
You care about
I'm
getting
sorry.
So, did you overcome it or not? Because you're blaming your explosive disorder and your fetal alcohol syndrome on being the reason that you made this alleged false confession, that you cracked under pressure, blew up, and made these false claims. But now you're sitting here saying, oh, you recovered from it from being in group homes. Which is it? You can't have it both ways.
I'm sorry. This is over.
Because you can't tell me the truth. You can't.
I don't have truth to tell you.
You do.
I don't.
You know where Michael is.
No,
well,
I don't.
You did know. You did
No,
know
I
where
don't,
Michael is.
Brandi.
Yes, you
And
did.
no, I
because
don't.
You
No,
told
I
law
don't.
enforcement.
No.
Let's let Brandi talk, please.
So
Go ahead, Brandi.
Go ahead.
Ruby Rose, there is. Has he shown? Not intentionally. I'll leave it at that. There's a lot. There's a lot of stuff that we don't know. There's a few things that we do. Yeah. And I know he's watching, so I'm going to leave it at that.
Go ahead, Brandi. Guess what? They can bring charges because guess what? And they can hold me at a fucking. Go ahead. Bring charges, and it's going to get fought in court because they don't have shit.
Knowledge of.
Consider no, I don't. And consider this your guys' warning.
Okay, yeah, it took me 3 times. Like, I think she was saying without me. Yeah, that's why I'm asking you questions calmly to get the truth out of you without being an explosive asshole. Yeah. Thank you for making that clear. Oh, yeah, he's about to bolt, y'all.
Continue slander. Nope.
I'm not slandering you.
Continue slander.
You said you would answer anything, Stacey. You said you're an
Correct,
open
and
book, and you're not being an open book to me. You're getting angry with me, and you're not answering questions.
No, I've
And
answered
you're
everything
not.
that you need, Brandi. I've answered everything. You still want to accuse me. You still want to do this and do that. Guess what?
I want to know why you're lying.
I'm not lying.
You have.
I want to know why you think.
No, hun, that is called righteous anger. Yeah. It's called fighting for your child, and I totally respect that.
You have control issues.
No, I don't have control issues.
Yeah.
I have issues with people slandering me and defaming me and thinking that they have and thinking that they're hot shit and thinking that they know it all. This conversation is done. You all have a good night.
Obviously, he's still gonna listen.
He is still gonna listen. I am so sorry. I didn't want to kick him down when he was being disrespectful because I knew you still had questions and stuff to ask. So I'm sorry that you went through that. I'm sorry that I didn't add anybody up because I just wanted you to be able to talk to him.
He's acting the frontal lobe issues. He's acting without thinking and through. And that's, yes, I do understand, Stacey. So I'm tired. I'm exhausted. They need to start telling the truth. They need to quit lying. I'm over it.
Sammy, again, she did such a phenomenal job. I mean, she didn't add. You know how some creators, they've had Stacey up, they've added drama, throwing gasoline on the fire, so to speak, while he's up, just to see if they can, I don't know, get to him. That doesn't help. It just doesn't help. You see, he's void of empathy. He's completely void of emotion, compassion, all of that. There's something wrong with him. clearly. But I love that Sammy let her have the stage the whole time. She was in control of the situation. I think, Brandi, you handled it super, super well. And I can't think of anybody else who could have done it better. It was amazing. Oh, you did? Oh, my goodness. Yes. That countdown was spot on. Yeah. Yes, that is a perfect way to describe it. Total class. And yes, he still knows right from wrong. Yep, you came on here begging to be slandered or something like that. Good comment. Yeah. Yeah, they both did really, really well. Yeah. Yeah, letting Landon Brandi have that time to do whatever and say whatever she wanted, that was amazing. Yeah, great example for everybody, really. I mean, she handled that so professionally. It was wonderful. Leave me just a second here. Let me look at one thing and see if there's something else I wanted to pull up before I head to bed. I'm so glad my littles are on Christmas break and we don't have to get up any morning right now too early. Okay, that was the duffel bag question. A few of these I don't want to show. So I want to make sure there's no other screenshots or anything I want to show y'all right now. And here. Okay, what are these? Oh. Yeah, I'm not going to get into all of that right now. This is just screenshots from that time period. Okay. That is it. Yep, that is it, except one last thing here. I want to play Opal's song. So give me just a minute. I'm going to go grab it. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, Opal. I was called you April for some reason. Right. Okay, here it is. All right, so I'm going to play this song. This is from Opal, okay? Yeah. That's a hard one. That is a hard one. It's completely understandable that you didn't want to ask about that. No worries. All right, here's the song from Opal.
In the whispers of the wind we hear a name that echoes sharp and clear. Michael Vaughan, where did you roam? So many hearts await you home. In the whispers of the wind we hear a name that echoes sharp and clear. Michael Vaughan, where did you roam? So many hearts await you home. Where is Michael, rightful and free? Where's the joy? Bring back home that little boy. Fruitland streets, they hold their breath, searching shadows since your last step. In the twilight, hopes don't fade, praying safe return without delay. In the whispers of the wind we hear a name that echoes sharp and clear. Michael Vaughan, where did you roam? So many hearts await you home. Where is Michael, playful and free, running in a world so wild with glee? Where's the laughter? Where's the joy? Bring back home that little boy. Fruitly face, they hold their breath, searching shadows since your last step. In the twilight, hopes don't fade, praying safe return without delay. Every face, every glance, catching hope in every chance. I still search the endless night for signs of you in morning light. Every face, every glance, catching hope in every chance. I still search the endless night for signs of you in morning light.
Don't forget about Michael. Please, please do not forget about Michael. We don't, we haven't, and we won't stop until we bring him home and get justice for him. Please, please do not forget about Michael.
In the whispers of the wind we hear a name that echoes sharp and clear. Michael Vaughan, where did you roam? So many hearts await you home. In the whispers of the wind we hear a name that echoes sharp and clear. Michael Vaughan, where did you roam? So many hearts await you home.
Oh my goodness. Y'all. Thank you, Opal. And thank you, DJ Ava, for your super chats you just sent. Thank you so much. Yeah, he knows. Nobody's going to give up on him. He has thousands and thousands and thousands of us praying for him and your whole family every day. I think it was... Oh, the phone number's not on here. Oh, it's scrolling on the bottom. Yeah, there we go. 1-800-THE-LOST. That'll work. And it's also... Let's see. The number's coming up. I'm going to just say it out loud for anybody listening in. It's 208-642-6006. Stacey, pick up the damn phone and call. Please. Brandi says, Michael Joseph Vaughan, Monkey, my love, I love you, baby. We are never giving up. I will fight to my last breath. I will bring you home. We will get you justice, baby. Pinky promise. Oh my God, I'm going to cry. I am going to cry. We're all sending you the biggest hugs, okay? You got this. You know the other song, Mama, You Got This, right? Play that. Play that often, okay? Listen to it. You got this. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you. We will never stop. Thank you, Brandi. All right, guys, I'm going to go take a shower and cry it out. And I will see you guys next time. And don't forget, every Monday, go over to Purple Phoenix. Actually, it's at the round table. And come and see the beautiful videos that people put together for Michael every week. Okay? So, and I will put that description down, the link down in the description as well for everybody. So, yep, absolutely. Absolutely. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. All right, guys, I got to go cry it out. I got to let my feelings out so I can get to sleep, or I'm going to lay there tossing and turning. So you do the same, Brandi. I will see you, everybody, next time. Thank you so much for being here. And, man, I don't know what I always end on, something funny or something positive, but I think we'll end up on this one right here. In case nobody told you today, you are loved. You're needed. You're alive for a reason. You're stronger than you think. You're going to get through this. Don't give up. You matter. Thank you so much for that, Opal. And for this beautiful song. My goodness, that was beautiful. All right, good night, everybody. See you later. Hang on, I gotta change my outro song because it's on my... I don't like it. Hold on, before we go. Don't like that outro video. I will play... I want to keep it kind of... Here, I know what I'll do. Hold on. I'm not going to do one through StreamYard. I'm going to do one from my channel. And that is the video that I made. It's got Michael in it. Just a second. Here we go. All right, here we go. All right, I'm going to end it out with this. And I will see you all later. Thank you so much for watching.